What if Harry Potter was not only Lily's son, but also the secret biological son of Bruce Wayne? Raised in a world of magic, fear, and prophecy, Harry discovers an inheritance that has nothing to do with stronger spells. No extra power, no easy victory, just discipline, preparation, and one rule that could change the war forever. You don't have to be stronger than the thing in the dark. You just have to not run.
The Death Eater did not know what was hunting him. That was the part that made his hands shake. He had been afraid before, of course. Every man who wore the dark mark knew fear, no matter how loudly they laughed at it. Fear was the language of their master. Fear was the chain that kept the weak obedient and the strong useful. Fear was what made shopkeepers lower their eyes when black cloaks passed by, what made ministry officials sign papers they had not read, what made grown witches forget the words to childhood charms when a silver mask appeared at the end of an alley. But this was different. This was not the fear of pain, not the fear of punishment, not even the fear of death. This was the fear of being watched by something that had already decided how the night would end. He stumbled through the narrow lane behind a row of shuttered wizarding shops, one hand pressed to the bleeding cut above his brow, the other gripping his wand so tightly his knuckles ached. The moon was thin overhead, a pale slice half hidden behind chimney smoke, and every shadow seemed deeper than it should have been. "Show yourself," he hissed, his voice cracked. No one answered. A loose sign creaked above him. Somewhere to his left, water dripped steadily from a broken gutter. He spun toward the sound, wand raised, heart pounding beneath his robes. Lumos. White light burst from the wand tip and threw the alley into sharp relief. Brick walls, crates, rain barrels, a torn poster bearing the ministry seal, nothing else, nothing alive. Then the light went out, not faded, not dimmed out. The Death Eater cursed and shook his wand. "Lumos, Lumos!" Nothing. A soft sound came from above. He looked up. For one terrible second he thought he saw wings, not wings like an owl, not wings like a creature. A shape only, blacker than the roofline, folded and vast, crouched against the chimney pots with eyes that were not eyes at all but pale points of reflected light. Then it was gone. He fired a stunning spell at the roof. Red light shattered tiles and sent sparks raining down. Empty. Nothing there. He backed away, breath coming fast now, boots scraping over wet stone. "This is a trick," he whispered. "A child's trick." A small object landed at his feet. He froze. It was his mask. The silver face stared up from the cobbles, cracked neatly down the center. He had lost it 3 streets ago. He had not heard anyone follow him. He had not heard anyone breathe. A voice spoke from the dark behind him. "You hunt children." The Death Eater turned so violently he nearly fell. There was no one there. "You enter homes at night." The voice continued, calm and low, young but without the tremble of youth. "You use fear because you think no one will ever use it on you. Who are you?" Silence. "Who are you?" This time the alley answered with movement. Something dropped from above, too fast for him to follow. His wrist struck stone. His wand skittered away. A gloved hand caught the front of his robes and slammed him back against the wall hard enough to drive the air from his lungs. He saw no face, only shadow, only the outline of a hood, only the impression of a creature that had shaped itself from the dark and stepped close enough for him to smell rain and leather and smoke. The Death Eater opened his mouth to scream. The figure leaned in. "You should be afraid." Years earlier, before anyone in Britain whispered about a shadow hunting masked men, before the dark mark rose again over villages, before Harry Potter learned that the world had lied to him in more ways than one, there had been a girl named Lily Evans who met a man who did not believe in magic. Not truly. Bruce Wayne believed in many impossible things. He believed a child could watch his parents fall in an alley and still grow into something other than a victim. He believed grief could be sharpened until it became discipline. He believed fear was not a master but a tool, provided you had the strength to hold it by the blade. He believed men made themselves into symbols because bodies could be broken, but symbols survived the breaking. But magic Magic belonged to stage curtains, false-bottomed boxes, trick mirrors, and men in cheap suits who smiled too widely. Until Lily Evans stepped out of the rain and ruined that certainty. She was 20, red-haired, bright-eyed, and more tired than anyone that young had any right to be. She had come into the Muggle world because the Wizarding One was burning around her. War had a way of making people forget how to breathe. Every conversation at home had become prophecy, bloodline, loyalty, betrayal. Every owl at the window might bring news of a friend gone. Every shadow might hold a wand. So for one evening, Lily had wanted to sit in a place where no one knew what a mudblood was. She found a charity gala in Gotham by accident. Bruce Wayne found her because he noticed everything. At first, she thought he was exactly what the newspapers claimed. Handsome, careless, rich enough to be bored by the world. He smiled when people looked, said nothing important in rooms full of important people, and wore charm like a mask so polished most would never think to check what waited underneath. Lily checked. She had learned to spot masks early. Petunia had worn one whenever their parents praised Lily's magic. Severus had worn one whenever he called other people by the names his new friends used. Dumbledore wore one of kindness so large that sometimes she wondered if even he knew what his face looked like beneath it. Bruce Wayne's mask was different. It was not hiding weakness. It was hiding a wound that had learned to stand upright. "You don't enjoy this," Lily said to him while the band played something soft and expensive. Bruce looked at her, glass untouched in his hand. "Most people begin with hello. Most people don't watch exits while pretending to listen to a speech about hospital funding." A flicker moved through his eyes. Amusement, perhaps. Interest, certainly. "And what are you watching?" "People," Lily said. "Mostly the ones pretending not to watch." "That sounds lonely." "So does being the richest man in the room and still looking like you're waiting for an attack." He should have laughed and moved away. That was what his mask would have done. Instead, he stayed. They spoke for an hour. Then 2. Lily told him very little that was true in detail, and almost everything that was true in meaning. She told him there was a war back home. She told him people were dying over old names and older hate. She told him some families believed blood made them royal and others disposable. Bruce listened as if every word mattered. He told her in turn about Gotham without telling her about the cowl not yet fully born in the dark beneath Wayne Manor. He spoke of corruption, of men who hid behind power, of a city that ate the frightened and rewarded the cruel. He did not say he intended to become something that made criminals afraid of the night. He did not need to. Lily understood masks. Their love was not simple, and because it was not simple, it was real. For a little while, they were two people standing between worlds. Lily had magic, but was hunted by those who thought her blood made it stolen. Bruce had no magic, but carried a will so fierce it seemed like its own kind of spell. She showed him one small charm on the third night because he had earned the truth more than most men earned trust in years. A bluebell flame danced above her palm, warm and harmless, lighting the sharp planes of his face. Bruce did not step back. He watched the flame, then he watched her. "How?" Lily smiled sadly. "That's the question everyone asks first. What should I ask? What it costs?" That was the night he believed, not because of the flame, because of the way her hand shook after she put it out. Impossible worlds, they discovered, still obeyed certain rules. A wound was a wound. A war was a war. A mask was a mask. And love, even when it came at the wrong time, did not become less true because it could not last. They ended it cleanly. That was the word Lily used when she later tried to explain it to herself. Cleanly, kindly, without betrayal, without promises neither could keep. Bruce had Gotham, and something dark was taking shape inside him with the inevitability of a storm. Lily had Britain, the Order, and a war that had already taken too many good people to permit escape. On their last night, he pressed a small object into her hand. It looked like an old coin at first glance, dark metal, plain on one side and marked on the other with a symbol she did not recognize. But it was too heavy for its size and too precise in its edges. Not magic, something else. "If you ever can't get out," Bruce said, "this gets you out." Lily turned it over between her fingers. Bruce, I'm not asking you to need it. That sounds exactly like what you're asking. I'm asking you to have two contingencies. She laughed then, despite herself. Two, always. It was such a Bruce thing to say that the laugh hurt. He closed her fingers around the coin. If you're ever in danger, if someone you love is, use it. You do realize I can teleport? Can you always? Lily's smile faded. Bruce saw too much. He always had. No, she admitted, not always. Then take it. So she did. When she kissed him goodbye, it tasted of rain and grief and a future that would never happen. She returned to the wizarding world. She fought. She bled. She buried friends. She fell in love with James Potter, not because Bruce had been false, but because the heart was not a locked room with space for only one ghost. James was sunlight where Bruce had been midnight discipline. James laughed loudly, loved openly, and made courage feel less like a blade held between the teeth. When Lily told James the truth, she expected pain. She expected anger. Even if he tried to hide it, she expected some flicker of betrayal. Men were not always kind when love asked them to be larger than pride. James Potter listened in silence. He sat beside her on the little sofa in Godric's Hollow while the fire burned low and the war pressed against the windows. Lily's hands were folded in her lap. She had never feared James, not once, but she feared hurting him. The timing, she said, voice small in a way he had never heard from her. It means, I understand. I didn't know when we married. I know. I should have told you sooner. Yes, James said softly, you should have. That hurt more than if he had shouted. Lily looked down. James reached for her hand. But that doesn't change the important thing. She looked at him then, eyes shining. He gave her the crooked smile that had once driven half of Gryffindor mad with either fondness or irritation. He's yours. Yes. And you're my wife. Yes. Then he's my son. Lily broke, not loudly. Lily Evans did not often fall apart loudly. She folded forward as if the strength had gone out of her bones, and James held her while she cried into his shoulder. You don't have to do that, she whispered. James rested his cheek against her hair. That's the funny thing about being a father, Evans. I rather think I do. He has another father. Then he'll have two. There was no resentment in it, no challenge, no claim of ownership, just choice. In a world obsessed with blood, James Potter chose a child who did not carry his and made that choice so completely that magic itself seemed less binding by comparison. They told no one, not Sirius, though James nearly did half a dozen times. Not Remus, though Lily trusted his silence. Not Dumbledore, though Dumbledore would one day move Harry through the world like a chess piece and call it necessity. Not Bruce, because by then Lily understood the shape of the enemies gathering around both their lives. A child connected to Bruce Wayne would be hunted by men with guns, knives, money, madness. A child connected to Lily Evans Potter was already hunted by a man who feared a prophecy. She would not give either world another road to her son. So Harry Potter was born with his mother's eyes, messy dark hair, and two fathers, one who held him first, and one who never knew he existed. James sang terribly to him. Lily laughed and told him to stop before the baby developed a grudge against music. Sirius arrived with an enormous stuffed dog and declared himself the best godfather in recorded history. Remus held Harry like something fragile and holy. Peter smiled too much and stood too close to the door. In a drawer beneath Lily's old letters, wrapped in cloth, lay the coin Bruce had given her. She kept it not because she expected to use it. She kept it because Bruce had taught her that hope was not a plan on Halloween night. Hope failed. The cottage in Godric's Hollow smelled of baby soap, warm milk, and the faint smoke of the jack-o'-lantern James had carved badly enough that Lily had teased him for 10 minutes. Harry had been sleepy and cross. One tiny fist gripping the front of Lily's jumper as if he intended to fight bedtime through sheer determination. Then the wards screamed. James moved first. That was what Lily remembered afterward, in the last seconds when memory became sharper than life. James did not hesitate. He did not ask who it was. He did not waste breath on fear. He pressed his wand into Lily's hand because hers was on the table and said, "Take Harry and go." "James," Go! He ran into the hall without a wand. Choice, Lily thought wildly. Again and again, James chose. She ran upstairs with Harry clutched to her chest, the world narrowing to the sound of breaking wood, and a voice below that made the air cold. There were spells she could have tried. Charms. Wards. The coin in the drawer downstairs, impossibly far away, but fear did terrible things to time. It stretched some seconds and stole others. Harry cried against her shoulder. James shouted. Green light flashed, then silence. Lily stood in the nursery and knew. The door opened. Lord Voldemort entered like death, wearing a man's face. What happened next would be told many ways. Some would call it ancient magic. Some would call it blood protection. Some would call it a miracle Dumbledore understood better than anyone else. But at its heart it was simpler. Lily Potter was given a choice, and she chose her son, not because Harry was prophesied, not because he was powerful, not because of the blood in his veins or the name he carried. Because he was Harry. Her love met a killing curse and did what power could not. The house broke. Voldemort vanished. James fell. Lily fell. Harry lived. And far away, in a city of stone and sirens, Bruce Wayne woke suddenly in the dark with no idea why grief had entered the room. Years passed. The wizarding world built a myth around Harry Potter before he was old enough to speak in full sentences. They called him the boy who lived. They toasted his name. They cried over his scar. They imagined him raised somewhere safe and golden, surrounded by love worthy of the sacrifice that had saved him. They did not imagine the cupboard. Harry learned smallness first. Smallness was useful at number 4, Privet Drive. Small boys who made noise were punished. Small boys who asked questions were ignored. Small boys who looked too long at things they were not meant to notice were told they were freaks. So Harry learned to move quietly. He learned which floorboards complained and which did not. He learned the exact pitch of Uncle Vernon's footsteps when work had gone badly, and the softer, more dangerous silence of Aunt Petunia when a neighbor had praised someone else's child. He learned schedules. Breakfast at 7. Post at 7:30. Dudley awake by 8 if school, 10 if not. Uncle Vernon's temper shortest before coffee and after phone calls. Aunt Petunia most distracted when watching the neighbors through the curtains. The cupboard door lock stuck slightly in damp weather. The loose screw on the vent could be turned with a broken bit of plastic if one had patience and small fingers. Harry had patience. No one taught him that. No one sat him down and explained that information was a shield if you gathered enough of it. But some inheritances did not need names to begin their work. Some things lived in the angle of a child's stare, in the refusal to cry where cruel people could see, in the habit of counting exits in rooms where he had never been allowed to feel safe. He did not know he was doing anything unusual until primary school, when Piers Polkiss shoved him behind the bike sheds and demanded he hand over the small packet of biscuits Mrs. Figg had given him. Harry looked past Piers to the corner of the playground. Dudley was coming. Slowly, because Dudley liked an audience, Piers grinned. "You deaf, Potter?" "No, then give them." Harry held the biscuits behind his back and said, "Dudley's going to be angry with you." Piers blinked. "What? You started without him." Piers glanced toward Dudley, just once, just long enough. Harry stepped sideways, not fast, not dramatically. He simply moved to where Piers's back now faced Dudley, and when Dudley arrived puffing and red-cheeked, the first thing he saw was Piers holding out a hand toward Harry like he had been about to take the prize for himself. Dudley's face darkened. Piers stammered. "I wasn't," he said. "You were too slow," Harry said quietly. It was not a lie exactly. Piers had not said the words, but he had thought them often enough, and Dudley was always ready to believe betrayal if it gave him an excuse to hit someone. Harry walked away with the biscuits while Dudley and Piers shouted at each other. Behind him, one of the other children whispered. That was weird. Harry kept walking. It was not power. It did not make him stronger than Dudley. If Dudley caught him, Dudley could still knock him down. Uncle Vernon could still lock the cupboard. Aunt Petunia could still cut his hair badly and hiss about freakishness while sweeping the evidence away. But Harry learned something that day. People who used fear were often full of it. You only had to find the right place to press. By the time he was 8, he had emergency food hidden in 3 places: a loose brick near the back garden, an old biscuit tin in the shed, and a hollow beneath the floorboard in his cupboard. By 9, he had memorized the phone numbers on Uncle Vernon's office list, not because he intended to call them, but because adults became nervous when children knew things they were not supposed to know. By 10, he could tell from Aunt Petunia's first word in the morning whether he would be blamed for something before lunch. He also had the coin. He found it in the only thing left to him from before Privet Drive. A small box of broken memories Aunt Petunia had nearly thrown away twice. There was a baby blanket, a photograph with the moving part cut out because Petunia had screamed the first time it waved, a cracked rattle, and the coin. Harry liked the coin best. It was not pretty, it did not shine, but it felt important in a way he could not explain. Heavy, certain. The metal was dark and cool, and on one side there was a faint mark like wings spread around a point of darkness. Sometimes, when the cupboard became too close and the house too loud, Harry held the coin in his fist and imagined it had belonged to his mother. He did not know why that comforted him. Perhaps because it did not feel magical. Magic, according to Aunt Petunia, was the thing that made him wrong. The coin felt different. It felt like a promise made by someone who expected the world to become dangerous and had prepared anyway. On Harry's 10th birthday, Uncle Vernon locked him in the cupboard for accidentally turning Dudley's hair blue. Harry had not meant to do it. Dudley had been chasing him with a pair of scissors, laughing about cutting off all his hair before school, and something hot and frightened had burst out of Harry before he could stop it. One moment Dudley had been lunging. The next, his blonde hair was bright blue from root to tip. Aunt Petunia shrieked. Uncle Vernon roared. Dudley cried as if color had caused him physical injury. Harry was dragged inside, shaken, called freak, monster, unnatural, and thrown into the cupboard without dinner. He sat in the dark for a long time. At first his heart hammered. That was the body's way. Fear lived in the body before the mind could argue with it. It tightened the throat, shook the hands, made every sound larger than itself. Harry pressed the coin between his palms. You don't have to be stronger than the thing in the dark. The thought came from nowhere. Not a voice, not exactly. More like a memory he had never been given. You just have to not run. Harry went still. The cupboard remained the cupboard. The lock remained locked. He was still hungry, still small, still alone in a house that hated him. But something inside him shifted half an inch to the left, and that was enough. He began to breathe slowly. He counted 4 in, held for 4, 4 out. He had discovered that pattern on his own during thunderstorms, when Dudley's gang had once shut him in a school storage closet and left him there until a teacher found him. Panic wasted air. Counting gave the mind work to do. Fear did not vanish. Harry did not need it to. He only needed it to stop giving orders. By morning he had unscrewed the vent again, slipped one thin arm through the gap, and used the bent wire he kept taped beneath the lowest shelf to lift the latch from the outside. It took almost an hour. His shoulder ached terribly. Twice he nearly gave up. He did not, when Aunt Petunia opened the kitchen door and found him sitting at the table with toast already made. She went pale. "How did you get out?" Harry looked at her over the rim of Dudley's old glasses. "The lock isn't very good." For a second, she looked afraid of him. Harry remembered that look, not because he enjoyed it. He did not. He was not Dudley. He did not want people smaller than him. But he understood dimly that the Dursleys had built their whole world on the idea that Harry was powerless. A powerless boy could be shoved, hidden, starved, lied to. A powerless boy could be made grateful for scraps. A boy who watched, learned, and escaped was something else. The letters came the next summer. They arrived first as a single envelope on the mat, addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. Harry stared at it so long that Dudley noticed, and then Uncle Vernon snatched it away before Harry could touch the seal. After that, the house changed, not outwardly. Uncle Vernon still went to work. Aunt Petunia still polished surfaces that were already clean. Dudley still complained. But beneath it ran a current Harry recognized. Fear, not anger. Anger was loud and hot. This was different. This was the fear of adults who had hidden something badly and heard it scratching at the door. Letters came through the slot, through windows, rolled inside eggs, stuffed in cracks. The more Uncle Vernon tried to stop them, the more arrived, until the living room filled with green-inked proof that whatever Harry was, the world outside number 4 had not forgotten him. On the night Uncle Vernon dragged them all to a shack on a rock in the sea, Harry took the coin with him. He did not know why. He only knew he would not leave it behind. The storm battered the shack until the walls groaned. Dudley slept badly on the sofa. Aunt Petunia sat stiff and silent. Uncle Vernon held a rifle in both hands and stared at the door as if expecting the devil. Harry lay on the floor, drawing the coin from one hand to the other beneath the thin blanket. At midnight, someone knocked, not politely. The door burst inward. A giant stood in the frame, rain streaming from his wild hair and beard, umbrella in hand, eyes bright beneath heavy brows. "Sorry about that," the giant said, looking at the broken door. "But ye have made it right difficult to find ye." Uncle Vernon made a strangled sound and raised the rifle. The giant took it, bent the barrel into a knot, and handed it back. Harry sat up. The world was about to become impossible. His name, the giant said, was Rubeus Hagrid. He was keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry was a wizard. His parents had not died in a car crash. They had been murdered. He was famous in a world he had never seen. His scar was not from broken glass, but from a curse no one else had survived. Harry listened. He asked questions, not the ones Hagrid expected. "What was my mother's name before she married?" "Evans," Hagrid said, wiping his nose with the back of one enormous hand. "Lily Evans. Best witch of her age, some say." "And my father, James Potter," Hagrid said warmly. "Brave man, good man, loved ye more'n anything." Aunt Petunia made a small noise. Harry turned. It was tiny, that sound. Most people would have missed it under the storm. But Harry had spent 10 years learning the Dursleys' noises the way other children learned songs. Not grief, not anger. Fear. Harry looked at her, and Aunt Petunia looked away. Something did not fit. He did not know what. Not yet. A detective needed facts before conclusions. But he knew the shape of a hidden thing when it moved beneath a floorboard. Hagrid gave him a cake. Dudley tried to steal it and received a pig's tail for his trouble. Harry should have laughed. A part of him almost did, but he was still watching Aunt Petunia. When Hagrid finally slept, snoring loudly enough to shake dust from the ceiling, Harry remained awake. The storm had softened. Rain ticked against the broken door. The sea breathed against the rocks below. Uncle Vernon muttered in his sleep. Aunt Petunia sat with her arms wrapped around herself, eyes open and fixed on nothing. Harry stood quietly and crossed the room. She flinched when he stopped beside her. "I'm going to ask you something," Harry said, her mouth tightened. "I have nothing to say to you." "Yes, you do." She looked at him then, and for the first time in his life, Harry saw not just dislike in her face, but memory. Old memory, the kind that curdled when left too long in the dark. "My mum was Lily Evans," Harry said. "My dad was James Potter." "Obviously. But when Hagrid said his name, you looked frightened." "I did not." Harry held up the coin. Aunt Petunia went white. There it was, the floorboard lifting. Harry's fingers closed around the dark metal. "This was hers, wasn't it?" Petunia's eyes fixed on it with a hatred too sharp to be only hatred. "Put that away." "Why?" "Because it has nothing to do with you." "That usually means it does." For 1 second, Petunia looked so much like a cornered animal that Harry almost stepped back. Then her face hardened into the familiar mask. "You are just like her," she whispered. "Dragging impossible things into decent homes, making everything strange, making everyone look at you as if rules are for other people." Harry said nothing. "She had secrets before your father," Petunia said, and the words came out like stones pushed through a narrow pipe. "Before Potter. Before all of it, that thing was one of them, some rich boy's nonsense, some muggle who thought darkness made him special." Harry's heart slowed. A rich boy, a muggle darkness. What was his name? Petunia stood so abruptly the chair scraped. "I should have thrown it away." "What was his name?" "You don't need more ghosts. I asked you a question." The room seemed to shrink around them. Petunia stared at him. Perhaps she saw Lily. Perhaps she saw something else, something in the set of his jaw that did not come from any Potter she had known. Whatever it was, it frightened her enough to make her cruel. "Bruce," she spat. "Bruce Wayne, there, are you satisfied? Some American millionaire she fancied before she came crawling back to her proper freaks. It meant nothing." Harry did not move. Bruce Wayne, the name meant nothing to him. And yet the coin in his palm felt suddenly heavier. Petunia seemed to realize she had said too much. Her lips pressed together until they nearly disappeared. "Forget it! If you have any sense, boy, you'll forget all of it." Harry looked down at the coin. On its dark surface, the winged mark seemed almost visible in the weak gray light before dawn. "No," he said quietly. Petunia's face twisted. "No!" Harry closed his fist around the coin and felt its edges bite gently into his skin. "No," he repeated. "I don't think I will." Outside, thunder rolled away across the sea, leaving the world in a strange, waiting silence. Deep inside the coin, in a place no spell had ever touched, a circuit that had slept for 11 years received warmth, pressure, and the faint electrical rhythm of a living hand. Something woke. Far across an ocean, beneath the foundations of a manor built on grief and old stone, a dead system opened one eye. And in the dark, a signal began to pulse. By the summer after Cedric Diggory died, Harry Potter had learned that adults were most dangerous when they believed they were protecting you. Cruel adults were simple. Vernon Dursley's anger had rules. Petunia's resentment had patterns. Dudley's bullying had an appetite and a schedule. Even Professor Snape's hatred, sharp and humiliating as it was, could be predicted with enough attention. Cruelty announced itself eventually. It wanted witnesses. It wanted the victim to understand who held the power. Protective adults were harder. They lied with gentle voices. They withheld facts and called it kindness. They made decisions in rooms you were too young to enter, then seemed surprised when the locked door became the only thing you could think about. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was full of protective adults. It was also full of doors. The house had appeared between two Muggle buildings like a secret forced into the world, all narrow windows and black brick, hidden under old magic that made the eyes slide away. Inside, it smelled of dust, old silver, damp wood, and family pride rotting slowly in the walls. Portraits muttered insults from behind curtains. Cabinets rattled when no one touched them. A mounted elf head watched the corridor with glassy eyes. Everything in the house seemed to be waiting for a chance to remember something ugly. Harry liked it more than Privet Drive. That did not mean he trusted it. He had been brought there in a rush of broomsticks, whispered instructions, and tense faces. Mad-Eye Moody had barked at him to keep low. Tonks had knocked over an umbrella stand shaped like a troll's leg. Kingsley Shacklebolt had watched the sky with the expression of a man counting threats no one else could see. Remus Lupin had smiled gently, but his eyes had been tired enough to tell the truth his mouth avoided. Sirius had hugged him like a man drowning. That had nearly broken Harry's composure more than any danger on the flight. For one breath, pressed against Sirius Black's chest in the dim hallway of a hated ancestral home, Harry had felt the old hunger rise in him, the childish, furious wish to stop watching exits, stop counting lies, stop being the boy who survived by noticing where the floor was weakest. Sirius smelled of smoke and cold air and the faint bitterness of Azkaban that never fully left him. He held Harry too tightly and whispered, "You're safe now." Harry closed his eyes. Safe, people said that word as if it were a place. Harry knew better. Safe was not a place. Safe was a condition created by information, preparation, and luck. Mostly preparation. So he hugged Sirius back because he loved him, and then he opened his eyes over Sirius's shoulder and counted the doors. There were 7 visible from the hall, 3 locked. 1 warded. 1 with voices behind it. 1 leading down. 1 leading up. Always 2 contingencies. The thought had become part of him by then. He did not remember when it had stopped feeling like a phrase and started feeling like breathing. No one at Grimmauld Place understood the notebooks. Hermione understood parts of them, though she pretended not to be worried. Ron understood less, but defended them anyway, which Harry appreciated more than he said. The adults did not understand at all. They thought Harry wrote because he was restless. In truth, Harry built files. Not proper files, because no one had given him proper folders. And Grimmauld Place had a way of eating anything useful if creature disliked where it had been placed. So Harry used old school notebooks, scraps of parchment, potion-stained essays, even the backs of letters from the ministry telling him he was unstable, attention-seeking, and possibly dangerous. He divided the pages by subject. Death Eaters, known names, family connections, wand habits when observed, school houses, likely loyalties, known fears. Ministry, public statements, contradictions, people who denied Voldemort's return too loudly, people who looked frightened while doing it. Order, strengths, weaknesses, who listened under pressure, who became angry when challenged, who forgot to check corners, who trusted Dumbledore too completely. Voldemort, what he wanted people to believe, what he actually feared, what he repeated, what he avoided. That last section was the thinnest and the most important. Harry knew less than he needed. That bothered him. He knew Voldemort liked symbols, snakes, skulls, old names, blood. Pure-blood families who pretended loyalty was nobility when it was mostly terror dressed in old robes. He knew Voldemort enjoyed theatrical violence, not because it was efficient, but because it taught lessons to anyone watching. He knew he hated being called Tom. He knew he had returned through blood taken from Harry's arm, bone taken from his father's grave, flesh given by a servant, and fear supplied by everyone present. Most importantly, Harry knew Voldemort could have killed him in that graveyard and had not done it quickly. That mattered. A killer who wanted only death chose the fastest road. Voldemort had chosen a stage. Still doing your creepy homework. Ron's voice came from the doorway. Harry looked up from the notebook. Ron stood there in an old Chudley Cannon's shirt, hair still damp from washing, a sandwich in each hand. He held one out. Harry accepted it. It's not creepy. You've got a list titled Known Fears. That's useful. That's creepy and useful. Both things can be true. Hermione appeared behind Ron, arms full of books she had stolen from the Black family library with the righteous expression of someone committing theft for educational reasons. It is useful, actually. Ron turned. Don't encourage him. I'm not encouraging him. I'm saying pattern analysis is useful. See, Harry said. Hermione set the books down and looked at the open notebook. Her expression softened slightly. You added Umbridge. She wears pink like armor, Harry said. Uses politeness as a threat. Likes rules because rules let her hurt people without calling it cruelty. Afraid of disorder, afraid of being laughed at, afraid of losing official protection. Ron lowered himself into a chair. You got all that from one ministry hearing? And the Prophet article. Hermione leaned closer. You wrote likely escalation, punishment disguised as correction. She won't start by shouting, Harry said. People like that never do. They start by making the room agree they're reasonable. Ron stared. You know, sometimes I forget you grew up with muggles. Then you say something like that, and I think maybe muggles are terrifying. Some are. Hermione did not smile. She looked at Harry for a long moment, then at the notebook again. Have you shown any of this to Sirius? No. Why not? Because Sirius wanted to see James when he looked at Harry, and these notebooks did not feel like James. Harry did not say that. Instead, he said, He'll tell me not to worry. Ron snorted. That is not something Sirius says. He'll say it using different words. Hermione sat across from him. And Professor Dumbledore? Harry's hand tightened around the sandwich. No one missed it. Dumbledore had not looked at him all summer. Not properly. Not since the graveyard. The headmaster's avoidance had become a physical thing in Harry's mind, like a locked cabinet with something breathing inside. Harry did not understand it yet. He only knew that when powerful men refused to meet your eyes, it usually meant they had decided something about you without permission. He already has files, Harry said. Hermione's mouth pressed into a thin line. That's not the same as listening. No, Harry said. It isn't. The meeting happened 3 nights later. Harry was not invited. That was how he knew it mattered. The adults gathered in the kitchen after dinner when Molly Weasley sent the younger ones upstairs with a sharpness that did not match her smile. Fred and George vanished immediately because locked doors were only invitations written by unimaginative people. Ginny lingered long enough to be noticed, then was ordered to bed. Ron muttered something rude under his breath. Hermione's eyes went narrow. Harry said nothing. He went upstairs. He waited 7 minutes. Then he took the extendable ear Fred had slipped him at dinner, moved the rug near the landing, and lowered the flesh-colored string through a crack he had found on his second day in the house. The voices below blurred at first, then sharpened. "Not enough time?" Sirius was saying. "There is never enough time," Moody growled. "That's why it smells wrong." "It came from Fletcher," said Tonks, "which does not make me feel better." "Dung may be many things," Remus said calmly, "but he knows nocturne contacts better than anyone else in the Order." A chair scraped. Molly Weasley's voice came tight with worry. "And you're certain there are children?" "3," said Kingsley. "Muggle-born family. The Carrows marked the house 2 nights ago. If the information is accurate, they will be taken before dawn." Harry went still. 3 children. Ron shifted beside him, face pale in the corridor gloom. Hermione knelt closer. "Where?" she whispered. Harry held up a hand. Below, Mad-Eye Moody thumped something against the table. His wooden leg, perhaps. "Listen to me. Death Eaters do not mark a house 2 nights before they take it unless they want someone to see. Or unless they've grown arrogant," Sirius snapped. "They are arrogant. They are not sloppy. That family could die while we debate theory." A silence followed. The kind of silence that meant everyone knew Sirius was right, and Moody might be right too. "Dumbledore is away," Kingsley said. "We cannot wait for him." Harry's eyes flicked to Hermione. "Away, convenient. Then we move with caution," Remus said. "Small team, no heroics." Moody laughed once without humor. "No heroics from this lot." "What's the address?" Arthur Weasley asked. Parchment rustled. "Number 16, Bell Yard Lane, Old Apothecary Front. Family name, Vance." Harry's mind caught, not because of the address, because of the name Vance. He had written it somewhere. He rose so quickly Ron grabbed his sleeve to stop him making noise. Harry pulled free, ran silently down the corridor, and entered the room he shared with Ron. His trunk was half buried beneath old curtains, a broken chair, and something that hissed when disturbed. He ignored all of it and yanked out the notebooks. "Harry!" Hermione whispered from the doorway. "Vance," Harry said. "Vance, Vance!" He turned pages too fast, nearly ripping one. "Death Eater attacks, ministry statements, old order names, prophet obituaries, notes from overheard arguments, there. Emmeline Vance, order member, publicly attacked last week near Prime Minister's route. Death confirmed, too public, too clean, possible message killing." Hermione read over his shoulder. "That's Emmeline Vance. What does that have to do with—" "Maybe nothing." Ron knew that tone. "You mean something." "I mean maybe nothing." Harry turned another page. "But if I wanted to bait the Order, I'd use a name they already feel guilty about." Hermione's face changed. Below them, chairs moved. "They're leaving," Ron said. Harry shoved the notebook at Hermione. "Bell Yard Lane, do you know it?" She blinked. "In London, there are 3 Bell Yards. Which one has an old apothecary?" "I don't wait." She seized one of the library books, dropped it, grabbed her beaded bag, then remembered she did not own the beaded bag yet and cursed under her breath. There was a trade directory downstairs. "No time." Harry went to his trunk again. Ron stared. "What are you doing?" "2 contingencies." "Harry, they told us to stay upstairs. They also told me Voldemort wasn't back." Ron shut his mouth. Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak. Hermione grabbed his wrist. "You cannot go after them alone." "I'm not. We are not trained for Order missions. They're walking into a trap." "You don't know that." "No," Harry said. "I know enough to act before knowing becomes useless." That made her pause, and he hated that it did. Hermione liked certainty. Harry liked it too. But certainty was a luxury that arrived late. Often after the door was already broken, Ron swallowed. "What's the plan?" Harry looked at him, then at Hermione. A strange warmth moved through his chest, sharp and painful. They were afraid. Of course they were afraid. They would be fools not to be, but they were still there. "First," Harry said, "we warn them. Second, we assume they ignore the warning." "That's cheerful," Ron muttered. "It's accurate. They moved." Harry had spent enough time in Grimmauld Place to know which stairs complained and which portraits woke at movement. Hermione knew how to silence the hinge on the drawing-room cabinet because she had done it twice while stealing books. Ron knew where Fred and George had hidden their experimental fireworks because Ron had been forced to test one by accident and still had faintly green eyebrows in certain lights. Useful information came from everywhere. They found the trade directory in the library beneath a stack of books that tried to bite. Hermione flipped pages with shaking hands. "Bell Yard Lane," she said. "There's one near Chancery Lane, one near Whitechapel, one near here." Old apothecary registered to the Vance family, closed 19 years ago. 19? Harry asked. "After the First War." "Trap," Ron said. Harry was already moving. "Fireplace." Hermione grabbed flue powder from the mantel. "We cannot just flew into an active Death Eater ambush." "We're not." Harry threw powder into the fire and said the name of the nearest public flue point listed in the directory. The flames turned green. He pulled the invisibility cloak over all three of them and stepped in. Travel by flue was never graceful. It spun Harry through soot and heat and fragments of other people's rooms, then spat him out behind a cracked fireplace in the back of a closed tea shop that smelled of old leaves and mouse droppings. Ron emerged sideways. Hermione landed on one knee, already raising her wand. No Death Eaters. No order, just London at night beyond dirty windows. Harry listened. Cars hissed along wet streets. Somewhere a siren wailed. The Muggle world went on, unaware that monsters with wands moved through its cracks. "Bell Yard is 2 streets east," Hermione whispered. Harry pulled the cloak tighter around them. "We don't go straight there," Ron blinked. "We don't. If the address is bait, they'll watch the obvious approaches." "So what do we do?" Harry looked across the street. There was an alley running behind a row of offices, fire escapes, service doors. Roof access if they could reach the ladder. "We come from above." Ron stared at him. Hermione whispered, "That is an insane thing to say. It's what they won't expect." "You are not Batman," Ron hissed. Harry froze. The name struck strangely, not because Ron knew what it meant. Ron did not. He had heard it from Harry once, maybe, during some half-muttered explanation of a Muggle comic Dudley had broken or a newspaper clipping Harry had once seen about Gotham. To Ron, it was probably just another odd Muggle word. To Harry, after Petunia's confession, after the coin, after the signal he still had not told anyone about, the name landed like a stone dropped into dark water. Bruce Wayne, darkness. Some Muggle who thought darkness made him special, Hermione noticed. "Harry!" He forced the thought aside. Later. Always later. Come on. They moved through the alley under the cloak, 3 bodies trying to occupy the space of one shadow. Hermione unlocked a service door with a whispered charm. Ron caught a falling bucket before it clattered. Harry found the stairwell by following the draft of colder air. Up 3 flights, through a maintenance hatch, onto the roof. London opened around them, wet slate, chimneys, television aerials, yellow streetlights reflected in puddles. Far below, 2 cloaked figures crossed the mouth of Bell Yard Lane and vanished into shadow, order. Harry crouched behind a low wall. The old apothecary stood halfway down the lane, its front windows dark, sign hanging crooked. No light, no movement, too quiet. "Maybe they haven't arrived," Ron whispered. Harry shook his head. He pointed. Across from the apothecary, a homeless man sat beneath a shop awning, bottle near his hand, head bowed. Ron frowned. "What?" "His shoes." Hermione narrowed her eyes. "Too clean." "And the bottle is full," Harry said. "No one drinking from it." Ron breathed out. "Death Eater, or look out." Harry scanned the lane. There. A cat on the wall, perfectly still despite the rain. Possible animagus, or just a cat. A curtain moved in the upper window of an office with no lights on. A drain cover sat slightly wrong in the road. Too many angles, too many places to fire from. Below, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Moody, and Kingsley entered the lane. Harry's throat tightened. They were good. He could see it even from above. Moody checked left and right constantly. Kingsley walked like calm wrapped around a drawn blade. Remus looked half asleep in the way dangerous people sometimes did. Tonks's hair was dark tonight, practical, no bright colors. Sirius moved with restless energy, wand ready. They were good. They were still walking into a room someone else had prepared. Harry lifted his wand and whispered. Muffliato, Hermione stared. Where did you learn that? Book. It was technically true. The Half-Blood Prince's book was not in his life yet, but Grimmauld Place had plenty of old marginalia from people who thought rules were suggestions. The charm fuzzed the air around their voices. We need to warn them, Hermione said. Harry looked at the drain cover again. No, we need to change the shape of the trap. Ron looked ill. That sounds worse. It is. Harry took 3 things from his pocket, a broken sneakoscope that still screamed if shaken hard enough, a small bag of Peruvian instant darkness powder stolen from the twins' room, and the coin. The coin had changed since the shack, not outwardly. To anyone else, it was still dark metal, plain and cold. But when Harry held it now, he felt something beneath the surface, faint as a heartbeat through stone. It warmed sometimes, not like magic. Magic had a feel to it, a pressure behind the eyes or in the blood. This was precise, mechanical, patient. He had not told anyone. Harry hated secrets kept from him, which made keeping one feel like swallowing a blade. But there were secrets that endangered people when spoken too soon. He did not know what the coin was. He did not know who might be listening in a house full of portraits and old magic, so he waited, prepared. Watched, always 2 contingencies. Below, the order reached the apothecary door. The homeless man lifted his head. Harry moved. He hurled the sneakoscope first, not at the Death Eater. At the wrong drain cover, the little device struck metal, bounced, and began shrieking like an offended banshee. Every head in the lane turned. The drain cover exploded upward. A curse shot out of the sewer mouth and struck the wall where Moody's head had been half a second earlier. Moody roared. Kingsley spun. Tonks fired. The homeless man rose too smoothly, wand out, disguise falling away in strips. Then the windows blew inward. Death Eaters appeared in 6 places at once. The trap opened like a jaw. Harry dropped the darkness powder. Blackness poured down into the lane, thick and absolute, swallowing streetlights, windows, walls, people. It did not care about bravery or skill. It covered everyone equally. Screams followed, not screams of pain. Confusion, good confusion could be used. Harry pulled the cloak off, shoved it into Hermione's hands and said, "Stay high, cast shields, don't come down unless someone falls." Hermione grabbed him. "Harry, no." But he was already over the edge. He did not jump blindly. That would have been stupid, and Harry had very little patience for the kind of courage that was only stupidity wearing nicer clothes. He had noted the drainpipe on the way up, the lower balcony, the canvas awning beneath it. He dropped to the pipe, slid hard enough to burn his palms, kicked off to the balcony, rolled across the metal, and landed on the awning before falling into the alley beside the apothecary. It hurt. He got up. Pain could wait. Inside the artificial darkness, people shouted names and curses. Red and green light flashed uselessly through the black. Someone yelled, "Potter!" in Sirius's voice, furious and terrified. Harry did not answer. Answering gave enemies a point to aim at. He moved low, one hand brushing the wall to keep orientation. A killing curse tore through the space above him, too high. Whoever had fired was panicking. Fear degraded aim. Harry stunned the caster in the knee, not the chest. Too much shield work likely. Knees were harder to protect when afraid. The Death Eater went down with a cry. Harry took his wand and kicked it into the gutter. A shape lunged from the side. Harry saw only movement and silver mask. He threw himself backward, felt the curse pass close enough to heat his cheek, and fired a trip jinx at the ground. The Death Eater fell. Harry did not stay to finish him. Winning a duel was less important than not being where the next spell expected him to be. "Potter," Moody roared. Down, Harry dropped. A purple curse passed through the space where his spine had been. Moody's wooden leg slammed into someone. Tonks shouted a shield charm. Glass broke. Then the air turned cold, not winter cold, soul cold. The darkness seemed to thicken. The shouting faltered. A sound moved through the lane like the last breath of a dying room. Harry felt it touch the back of his neck and slide down his spine. Dementor, of course, not many, maybe one. Enough. The Death Eaters had not only prepared a physical ambush, they had prepared the battlefield's true weapon, fear, despair. The memory of helplessness around Harry, the order changed, he heard it. Moody's roar became a rough breath. Tonks's spell cracked halfway through the incantation. Someone stumbled. Sirius made a sound Harry had heard only once before in the shrieking shack when the past came too close. Remus whispered something that might have been James. The Death Eaters had known, not just where they would enter, not just how to surround them. They had known what fear lived in each of them. Harry felt the Dementor reach for him. Cedric's body on wet grass, Voldemort rising from the cauldron, his mother screaming, the cupboard door closing. The cold pressed in, searching for purchase. Harry breathed in for 4, held for 4. Out for 4. Fear was not an order. The Dementor hovered at the edge of the darkness, a rotted shape in a ragged cloak, drawing the hope from the lane like smoke from a fire. Harry lifted his wand. He was not stronger than Remus, not more experienced than Moody, not more magically skilled than Kingsley. In a straight duel, half the people in the lane could have beaten him, but his hand did not shake. Expecto Patronum. Silver light burst from his wand. The stag erupted into the darkness, antlers lowered, hooves soundless over wet stone. It struck the Dementor like dawn given shape. The creature recoiled, gliding back, skeletal hands rising. The stag drove it upward, through the black, over the rooftops and away into the night. Warmth returned by degrees. Someone gasped. A Death Eater whispered, "Impossible!" That was useful too. Harry turned toward the whisper and stunned him. The battle lasted less than 4 minutes after that. It felt longer because terror made time dishonest. Hermione shielded Tonks from above when a curse came from the office window. Ron, pale but steady, levitated a chimney pot and dropped it through the roof access behind 2 masked figures trying to flank Kingsley. Moody recovered first and fought like a wounded bear with a tactical education. Remus bound 2 attackers back-to-back with conjured ropes. Sirius found Harry by nearly tripping over him and swore so loudly that even the Death Eater Harry had just disarmed seemed offended. "What in Merlin's name are you doing here?" "Saving you," Harry said. Sirius looked ready to kill him, hug him, or both. A whistle sounded at the far end of the lane. Auras, Kingsley's doing, Harry thought. Or Hermione had sent a message. Good. Second contingency from someone else. The remaining Death Eaters fled, not gracefully. Not with the cold confidence they brought into frightened homes. They ran. One slipped in the gutter. Another abandoned his mask. A third tried to disapparate too quickly and left part of his cloak behind, fluttering on the cobbles like a shed skin. When the darkness cleared, Bell Yard Lane looked as if a small war had tried to fold itself into a narrow space. Windows shattered, bricks scorched. Water from a broken pipe ran over the street in silver streams. The old apothecary door hung open. Inside there was no family, no children, only 3 dolls seated at a table, each with a red thread tied around its neck. Molly Weasley cried when she saw them later. Sirius did not speak to Harry for nearly an hour, which was worse. The Order returned to Grimmauld Place before dawn, bruised, shaken, and furious in the complicated way people became when gratitude and fear collided. The kitchen filled with bodies, steam from healing potions, and the sharp smell of Dittany. Tonks had a cut along her jaw. Remus's sleeve was burned. Moody's magical eye spun faster than usual, pausing on Harry every few seconds as if reassessing a weapon he had mistaken for furniture. Molly rounded on him first. "You could have been killed." Harry stood near the pantry door, hands in his pockets. "So could they. That is not the point." It was the point at Bell Yard. Her face flushed. "You are 15 years old, and the trap didn't care." Sirius stood so quickly his chair scraped backward. "Don't talk to her like that." Harry looked at him. Sirius's anger was not like Vernon's. It came from love, which made it harder to defend against cleanly. Harry softened his voice. "I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You followed us into a Death Eater ambush. I followed you because it was an ambush. You didn't know that." "Yes," Harry said, "I did." The room went quiet. Moody's eyes stopped spinning. Remus leaned forward. How? Harry took out the notebook. He placed it on the kitchen table. No one touched it at first. The cover was bent. One corner had been singed during the fight. Inside, the pages were filled with cramped handwriting, arrows, lists, names, dates, questions, and lines connecting one fact to another. It did not look impressive. It looked obsessive, perhaps. Frightening if one wanted children to be simple. Harry opened to the page marked Vance. "Emmeline Vance was killed publicly last week," he said. "Too publicly. The prophet said it was random, but it happened near a route the Muggle Prime Minister sometimes uses. That means message or test. Tonight's bait used the same name. Vance family, old apothecary, closed after the First War. The story had too much emotional pressure and not enough verification." Kingsley's expression changed first. Harry continued before anyone could interrupt. "Death Eaters like fear, but they're not careless when setting traps. Letting someone see a mark 2 days early meant the mark was part of the message. 3 children gave urgency. Dumbledore being away meant no one would wait. Fletcher as source gave just enough dirt to feel real." Moody grunted. "Dung's been compromised, maybe, or used. He might not know." Remus reached for the notebook, then stopped. "You worked all of this out before we left." "No, enough before you left, more after." Sirius looked as if every word hurt him. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I tried to tell the room from upstairs," Harry said. "You were already moving. You should have come to me." "There wasn't time. I'm your godfather." "I know." The words landed harder than Harry intended. Sirius flinched. For a moment, the kitchen was not full of soldiers and strategy. It was just a room with a boy who had lost too many parents and a man who had lost too many years. Harry looked away first. Hermione cleared her throat, voice unsteady but firm. "He also worked out the best approach, found the alternate route, and identified the lookouts." Ron nodded quickly. "And he told us not to go down. We mostly listened." "Mostly," Molly said sharply. Ron became fascinated by the table. Moody took the notebook at last. He turned one page, then another. The scarred old Auror did not praise easily. His face gave nothing away, but the room seemed to hold its breath while he read. Finally, he said, "This is paranoid." Molly seized on it. "Exactly." Moody looked up. "It's also right." No one spoke. Moody tapped the page with one thick finger. "You wrote primary objective not capture, but morale injury. Explain." Harry hesitated. Words mattered. Say it wrong and they would hear arrogance. Say it too softly and they would ignore him. "He didn't expect to kill all of you," Harry said. "If Voldemort wanted that, he'd send more people or come himself." This was designed to make the Order afraid to answer the next call. Fake children, Dementor, familiar name, enclosed lane. It was supposed to teach you that every rescue could be a trap, make you hesitate next time. Arthur Weasley closed his eyes. Tonks whispered, "That's why the dolls—" "Yes." Molly sat down slowly. Harry felt suddenly tired, not sleepy. Tired in the bones, the way he had felt after the graveyard when everyone looked at him either like a miracle or a problem, and no one seemed to understand that he was still cold. Remus spoke gently. "Harry, why have you been keeping these?" Harry almost said, "Because no one tells me anything." That was true but childish, and childish truths were too easily dismissed, so he said the deeper truth. "Because Voldemort is not a storm," Sirius frowned. "What?" "Everyone talks about him like he's a storm, like he's evil and powerful and coming, and all anyone can do is stand against it." Harry touched the notebook. "But he's a person, a powerful person, a terrifying person, but still a person. He has habits, preferences, blind spots. He chooses things. If he chooses, he can be read." The kitchen felt colder after he said it, not Dementor cold, something more human. Kingsley studied him with quiet intensity. "And what have you read?" Harry thought of the graveyard, Voldemort's white fingers around his wand, his high, cold voice, the circle of Death Eaters, the way they trembled even while kneeling. The way Voldemort had forced Harry to bow, not because he needed the gesture, but because humiliation was part of the ritual. "He's afraid," Harry said. Sirius let out a harsh laugh. "Voldemort!" "Yes." "Of what?" Harry looked at the page where he had written one word and circled it 3 times. "Death. He came back from the dead," Harry said. Everything about him is built around not dying. The name, the followers, the symbols, the way he makes people afraid to even speak of him. It's all armor, not against us, against being mortal. No one mocked him. That was when Harry knew he had truly frightened them, not by being wrong, by making too much sense. The meeting broke apart slowly after that. Molly insisted everyone eat something. Tonks tried to lighten the room and failed. Kingsley asked if he could copy 2 pages, which made Hermione look proud enough to burst. Moody told Harry he was still a reckless idiot, but there was a different weight to the insult now. Respect, perhaps, or warning. Sirius waited until the others were distracted before touching Harry's shoulder. "Library," he said quietly. Harry followed. The Black family library was a long, narrow room with shelves that climbed too high and books that seemed to resent being read by anyone insufficiently pure. A dying fire burned in the grate. Sirius shut the door behind them, then stood with his back to it. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Sirius said, "I'm angry." Harry nodded. "I'm proud too, which is making the anger worse." Harry almost smiled. "Sorry. No, you're not. No." Sirius rubbed both hands over his face. In the firelight, he looked younger and older at once. "James did that." Harry went still. "Did what?" "That look," Sirius said, when someone told him a rule and he'd already decided reality was about to make an exception. Harry looked down. It should have warmed him. Usually it did, hearing about James. James the brave. James the reckless. James who chose him without hesitation, though Harry still did not know that part. But tonight the comparison sat strangely beside the name buried in him like a second pulse. Bruce Wayne. He had almost told Sirius. On the first night at Grimmauld Place, when Sirius hugged him and said he was safe, Harry had nearly taken out the coin and told him everything Petunia had said, some American millionaire, some muggle. Bruce. But Sirius had been looking at him with such desperate love. Such hunger for James returned in smaller form that Harry had closed his hand around the secret and kept it there. Maybe that had been cowardice. Maybe it had been strategy. Harry was not always sure there was a clean difference. "Sirius," he said, "did my mum ever mention someone named Bruce Wayne?" Whatever Sirius expected, it was not that. His face went blank, then careful, too careful. Harry felt the old internal click, a hidden thing moving beneath the floorboard. "You know the name," Harry said. Sirius walked to the fireplace. "Where did you hear it, Petunia?" "When?" The night Hagrid came. Sirius swore softly. Harry's stomach tightened. So he was real. Yes. What was he to her? Sirius looked into the fire for a long moment. "I don't know all of it," he said. "James knew more. Lily told him before they married, I think. Not details, just enough that we knew there had been someone in the Muggle world, someone important to her." "Why didn't anyone tell me?" Sirius turned, and there was pain in his eyes now. "Harry, there are 1,000 things no one told you because the people who should have told you died." That stopped him, not because it excused everything, because it was true. Sirius lowered his voice. "James wasn't ashamed. If that's what you're thinking, he loved Lily. He loved you. Nothing else mattered to him." Harry's throat felt tight. "I didn't ask that." "No, but you needed to hear it." Harry looked away. The coin warmed in his pocket, not faintly this time, sharply. He flinched. Sirius noticed at once. "What?" Harry took it out. The fire dimmed, not magically. The room's light remained the same, but the coin seemed to drink attention from everything around it. Its surface had changed. Lines of pale blue light traced the winged mark, precise and delicate, not glowing like a spell, but like some tiny machine waking after a long sleep. Sirius stepped forward. "Is that my mum's?" Harry said. "I think he gave it to her." The coin clicked. Both of them froze. A seam appeared around its edge, impossibly fine. The dark metal shifted in Harry's palm, unfolding with mechanical grace into something thinner, wider, more complex. Not a coin at all. A device pretending to be one. At its center, a small lens opened. Blue light rose from it, not large, not dramatic. A projection the size of Harry's hand, flickering in the dusty library air. Letters formed, then vanished, then reformed as if testing language. Sirius reached for his wand. Harry caught his wrist. "Wait!" The device hummed once. A voice spoke. It was not a human voice, not yet. It was flat, filtered, carrying no emotion. Biometric match confirmed. Secondary magical interference detected. Contingency channel active. Sirius whispered, "What the bloody hell?" The blue light sharpened. More words appeared. Locked message. Wayne H. Harry stared. For a second he did not understand. Wayne H. His mind rejected it, then circled back, then stopped. "No," he whispered. The device continued. Recipient identity requires confirmation. Genetic marker accepted. Maternal authorization accepted. Emergency inheritance protocol pending. To access sealed message, speak full legal name. Harry's mouth went dry. Sirius looked from the device to Harry. "Harry!" The library walls seemed to lean inward. The books watched. The fire cracked softly in the grate. Somewhere below, Molly was telling Ron to eat more. Somewhere outside, London slept under a sky that did not know a boy's life had just shifted. Harry thought of James Potter, then Lily. Then the name Petunia had spat like a curse, Bruce Wayne. His hand closed around the unfolded device, but it did not shut. "What does it mean by full legal name?" Sirius asked, though his voice suggested he feared the answer. Harry could not look at him. The device waited, patient, exact. Built by someone who believed panic was survivable if the instructions were clear enough. Harry breathed in for 4, held for 4, out for 4. Then he spoke, though the name felt like stepping into a room that had been locked since before he was born. "Harry James Potter." The device gave no response. Sirius exhaled shakily, almost relieved. Then Harry looked at the glowing words again. Wayne H. His scar prickled, not with Voldemort, with something worse in that moment, truth. Harry swallowed. "Harry," Sirius said softly, "you don't have to, but he did." That was the terrible thing about locked doors. Once you knew they existed, you either opened them or spent your life standing outside. Harry steadied his hand. "You don't have to be stronger than the thing in the dark," he whispered. Sirius went very still. Harry looked at the light. Then he said the name he did not recognize as his own. "Harry Wayne." The device pulsed. The blue projection vanished. For one heartbeat, there was only darkness. Then a man's voice filled the library, low, controlled, alive with grief held so tightly it had become steel. "If this message is playing, then Lily is in danger, or her child is." Harry stopped breathing. The voice continued. "My name is Bruce Wayne." And beneath the floor of number 12, Grimmauld Place, something old and magical shivered as a Muggle machine began telling the truth. The first thing Harry learned from Bruce Wayne was that truth could be designed like a weapon, not a blunt weapon, not something hurled in anger or swung in panic. Bruce's truth arrived measured, layered, controlled by locks that opened only when the person holding them had already survived enough to deserve the next piece. It did not spill. It deployed. The blue projection hovered above the unfolded coin in the library of number 12, Grimmauld Place, painting Sirius's shocked face in cold light. "My name is Bruce Wayne," the voice said. Harry could not move. He had imagined the name in many ways since Petunia had spatted at him in the shack. Sometimes as an answer. Sometimes as another lie. Sometimes as nothing at all, a dead end attached to his mother's past. But he had never imagined hearing it spoken by the man himself, calm and low, as if the years between them were only another locked door to be opened with the correct pressure. The projection flickered, and the outline of a face formed. It was not clear, not like a photograph. More like a ghost made by machinery, sharp at the jaw, shadowed at the eyes, older than Lily would have known but younger than the grief in his voice. He wore a dark suit. His hair was black. His expression looked controlled enough to be carved. "If this message is playing," Bruce continued, "then Lily is in danger or her child is. I built this contingency for her, not for myself. If she is alive, tell her I kept my promise. If she is not—" The voice stopped, only for a second. Harry heard the pause more clearly than he would have heard a sob. "If she is not," Bruce said, "then I failed to build something strong enough to reach her in time." Sirius made a small sound beside him. Harry stared into the light. No one spoke like that at Privet Drive. No one in the wizarding world spoke like that either. Wizards wrapped grief in poetry, prophecy, portraits, and old words. Bruce Wayne spoke as if grief were a fact on a table, terrible but not allowed to interfere with the next necessary action. "I do not know who is hearing this," Bruce said. "I do not know whether Lily had a child. She never told me. That was her right. If there is a child, then I will not claim what I did not raise. Blood is not ownership." Harry's chest hurt. He did not look at Sirius. "Listen carefully," Bruce said. "The device in your hand is not magic. It will not save you by itself. It will not defeat your enemies. It will not make you powerful. Anyone who tells you a tool can replace discipline is selling you a coffin with better polish." Despite everything, Sirius whispered, "Charming man." Harry barely heard him. "I gave Lily this because every war has a moment when escape fails," Bruce said. "A locked room, a surrounded house, a trusted friend who has already betrayed you, a spell you cannot cast because your hands are carrying someone you love. When that moment comes, hope is not enough. You need a way out prepared before the walls close." The device projected a second image beside Bruce's face, a map of lines, routes, small points of light. Harry did not recognize the shapes, but something in the arrangement reminded him of the notebooks upstairs, prepared before the walls close. "If you are her child," Bruce said, "then you may have inherited magic. You did not inherit it from me. I have none. What I can give you is smaller and harder, a method, a discipline, a line." The word line settled into Harry like a hook catching under bone. The projection shifted. Bruce's face sharpened. "Fear will come for you first. It always does. Men who seek power use fear because it is cheaper than loyalty and faster than truth. They will try to make you freeze. They will try to make you obey the story they wrote for you. Victim, weapon, symbol, monster, chosen one. Freak." Harry's fingers tightened around the device. "Freak." Sirius looked at him. "You don't have to be stronger than the thing in the dark," Bruce said. "You just have to not run." The room vanished for Harry. For one heartbeat, he was 10 years old again, locked in the cupboard, hungry and shaking, a dark coin pressed between his palms while a thought he had never been given taught him how to breathe, in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. Not stronger, just not running. Harry swallowed against something sharp in his throat. Bruce continued, and there was steel now beneath the grief. "But listen to me. Fear is a tool, not an excuse. Pain is a fact, not a license. If you make yourself into something the guilty fear, you must decide what line you will not cross before anger chooses for you." The blue light darkened. "No killing." Sirius went very still. Harry did too. "Not because your enemies deserve mercy," Bruce said. "Some won't. Not because the world will reward restraint. It often punishes it. You draw the line because the moment you decide fear gives you the right to become executioner, you become one more monster teaching the world to obey the strongest shadow." The library seemed colder after that. Harry thought of Voldemort in the graveyard, wand lifted, Death Eaters circled around them like worshippers. He thought of Cedric's body. He thought of Bellatrix Lestrange's laughing face in newspaper sketches. He thought of the Death Eater in Bellyard Lane whispering impossible when Harry's Patronus drove the Dementor back. No killing. It sounded clean in a recording. War would make it dirty. "If you are Lily's child," Bruce said, "then you may already know the cost of other people's wars. I am sorry for that. I am sorry for every room you had to survive without someone coming through the door. This device contains access points, funds under identities protected from ordinary financial tracing, emergency extraction protocols, training archives, and communication channels. Use them carefully. Magic may defeat any individual tool. Assume every advantage can fail. Build layers." The map vanished. A symbol appeared instead. Black wings spread around a point of darkness. Harry had seen it on the coin, faint and sleeping. Now it filled the projection like a warning. "This symbol is not a costume," Bruce said. "It is a promise. Criminals are a superstitious and cowardly lot, but fear alone only scatters them. Method breaks them. Evidence exposes them. Discipline outlasts them." His eyes, pale in the projection, seemed to look directly at Harry. "If you choose to use it, understand the burden. You will stand in the dark so others can breathe. You will be called cold by people who wanted you useful, reckless by people who wanted you still, dangerous by people who wanted your fear. Let them. The mission is not to be understood. The projection began to fade. One more thing. If this is playing for my child and if Lily is gone, then there is likely another father in this story, a man who raised you, a man who was there when I was not. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius had gone pale. Honor him, Bruce said. Whatever blood says, choice is the harder inheritance. The light flickered. My name is Bruce Wayne. If you need me, the channel is open. If you do not, then take only what helps and leave the rest. You owe me nothing. The projection collapsed. Silence filled the library. The device remained unfolded in Harry's hand, its blue lines dim but alive. For a while, neither he nor Sirius spoke. The fire cracked. A book on the shelf hissed softly in its sleep. Somewhere deep in the house, Creature muttered about blood traitors and mud on the floors. Harry's first feeling was not anger. That surprised him. Anger would have been easier. He could have thrown the device. He could have demanded why no one told him. He could have hated Lily for keeping the secret, James for accepting it, Sirius for knowing enough to look guilty, Dumbledore for probably knowing more than anyone and saying nothing. Anger had edges. You could hold it like a knife. This was worse. This was grief for a life he had never lived. A man across an ocean had built an escape route for a woman who never used it. A father had existed without knowing he was one. James Potter had raised a child with another man's blood and loved him so completely that no one in the wizarding world had ever doubted Harry was his. Lily had carried all of it, every secret, every fear, every impossible choice, and then died on a nursery floor before she could tell her son anything. Harry sat down because his knees had become unreliable. Sirius crossed the room at once, then stopped as if afraid movement might break something. Harry, did James know? Harry asked. Sirius closed his eyes. There it was, the answer before the words. Yes. Harry nodded once. Did he know before I was born? Yes. Another nod. Did he resent me? No. The force of Sirius's answer cracked through the room. Harry looked up. Sirius's face was fierce now, grief and loyalty burning through the years Azkaban had stolen. No, not once, not for a second. Harry, listen to me. James Potter was a lot of things, arrogant sometimes, reckless often. Too pleased with himself before Lily knocked sense into him, but he was not small. He loved you. He chose you before you were born, and he never chose anything halfway. Harry's throat tightened. He gave me his name. He gave you everything he had. But he knew I wasn't. Don't. Sirius crossed the room and knelt in front of him, eyes bright with something too old to be only tears. Don't finish that sentence. Blood is not the measure of fatherhood. If this Wayne man understood that from a recording, then you can understand it sitting here. Harry looked down at the device. Everyone keeps deciding who I am. Yes, Sirius said softly. They do. Harry laughed once without humor. Boy who lived, James's son, Lily's son, chosen one, freak, weapon, now Wayne. Sirius's hand closed over his shoulder. Then decide something yourself. The words landed with terrible simplicity. Harry looked at him. Sirius Black, who had spent 12 years in a prison because men with power believed the wrong story. Sirius, who loved James so much he sometimes forgot Harry, was not a doorway back to him. Sirius, who wanted to protect Harry by standing between him and the war, never understanding that walls could become prisons even when built from love. Decide something yourself. Harry looked at the symbol glowing on the device. A promise, Bruce had called it. Not a costume, not power, a method. A discipline, a line. What if I choose wrong? Harry asked. Sirius's smile was tired and painful. Then we drag you back. That's what family is for. The device pulsed once. Both of them looked down. New words formed in the air. Channel open, then incoming cash available. Sirius stared. Cash! Harry touched the projection carefully. A map appeared, not of Gotham, not of America, London. Several points glowed around the city, each marked with numbers and symbols Harry did not understand. One pulsed brighter than the others, an abandoned Muggle storage facility near the Thames. Beneath it, a line of text appeared, Emergency Field Unit, London Node. Sirius let out a slow breath. He put one here, or Lily did, Harry said. The thought warmed and hurt at the same time. Maybe his mother had not forgotten. Maybe she had not simply hidden the truth and hoped the world would be kind. Maybe she had carried Bruce's contingency into her new life and quietly added to it, using charms to shield what Muggle technology could not understand. A witch's protection around a Muggle machine. Lily and Bruce, impossible even in absence, Sirius rose. "We should tell Dumbledore." No, the answer came so quickly that both of them heard what it meant. Sirius's eyes narrowed. "Harry." "No," Harry said again, more evenly. "Not yet. You cannot hide this from the Order." "I can hide it until I understand it." "That is not the same thing as wisdom." "No," Harry said. "It's the same thing as not handing an unknown tool to people who think keeping me ignorant is strategy." Sirius flinched, but he did not deny it. Harry stood, the device folding back toward coin shape in his palm. "Dumbledore may have reasons, good ones, he usually does, but he does not get this before I do." For a moment, Sirius looked like he wanted to argue, then he looked at Harry properly, not at James's son, not at Lily's eyes. Not at the boy who lived. At Harry, who had built files in secret because no one else would give him the map. Harry, who had followed the Order into an ambush because the adults had mistaken secrecy for safety. Harry, who had just heard a dead man's living voice tell him he owed him nothing. Sirius sighed. "All right." Harry blinked. "All right. I am still your godfather. I reserve the right to say this is mad." "It is mad. Good, as long as we're clear." Sirius pointed toward the projection. "But we do not go alone." Harry opened his mouth. Sirius raised a finger. "No. That is the condition. You want to understand it before Dumbledore. Fine. You want to keep control of your own inheritance. Fine. But you do not sneak into a mysterious Muggle weapons cupboard built by your mother's former American almost lover without backup." Despite everything, Harry almost laughed. "Field unit," he corrected. "I don't care if it calls itself a biscuit tin." They went at dawn. That was Sirius's compromise. Not at once, not in darkness, not with only adrenaline making decisions. Harry slept badly for 3 hours, the coin under his pillow and Bruce's voice repeating in his head. When he woke, he found Ron and Hermione sitting on the floor beside his bed like guards who had pretended not to be waiting. "You told Sirius before us," Ron said, offended. "I didn't exactly plan the timing." Hermione's gaze went to his pillow. "Was it the coin?" Harry sat up slowly. There were many ways to keep a secret. The cruelest was to lie to people who had earned truth by standing beside you when fear came. Ron and Hermione had followed him into Bell Yard Lane. Hermione had shielded from above with her hands shaking and her voice steady. Ron had dropped a chimney pot on Death Eaters because he was terrified and did it anyway. Harry took out the coin. He told them everything, not quickly, not dramatically. He gave them facts because facts were all he had. Lily, Bruce Wayne, James knowing, the message, the line, the cash. Ron was silent for almost a full minute after Harry finished. Then he said, "So you're secretly part Muggle billionaire." Hermione made a strangled noise. "Ron." "What? I'm processing." Harry stared at him. Ron shrugged helplessly. "It's either that or scream, mate." Hermione looked ready to do both. Her eyes were bright, her mind clearly racing faster than her mouth could safely follow. "Harry, this is enormous. Legally, magically, emotionally, this changes so many things." "It doesn't change James," Ron said suddenly. Harry looked at him. Ron's ears had gone red, but his voice was firm. "Just saying, my dad says being a dad is mostly showing up and worrying. Sounds like James did both." Harry had to look away. Hermione reached across the bed and squeezed his hand. "Are you all right?" she asked. "No," she nodded. "That is probably healthier than pretending." Ron leaned forward. "Are we going to the secret billionaire cave?" "It's not a cave," Harry said. Ron brightened. "Yet." Sirius refused to let them all come. Molly would notice 4 missing teenagers and a fugitive godfather, and even Sirius admitted that was a tactical problem. In the end, the party became Harry, Sirius, and Remus, because Remus had the rare ability to make reckless choices sound supervised. They left Grimmauld Place through a rear exit that Sirius had discovered at age 15 and used mostly for reasons that made Remus sigh. The London morning was grey and wet, ordinary in the way Muggle streets always seemed ordinary while impossible things moved through them. Cars passed. A cyclist swore at a bus. A woman with a red umbrella hurried past 3 wizards and never knew one of them was legally dead. Harry kept one hand in his pocket around the coin. The storage facility sat near the river behind a row of warehouses with peeling signs and rusted shutters. It looked abandoned enough that even thieves had apparently found it insulting. A chain hung across the entrance. Weeds grew through cracks in the pavement. The windows were painted black from the inside. Remus studied the building. No obvious magical wards, Sirius frowned. That worries me more. Harry took out the coin. It warmed instantly. The chain unlocked, not with a spell. With a small metallic click, Sirius stared. Show off! Inside, the air smelled of dust, oil, and old concrete. Their footsteps echoed. The front room was empty except for broken crates and a dead office chair. But the coin pulsed steadily, guiding Harry toward the back wall. There was no door. Harry looked at the coin. It projected one word, press. Press what? Sirius asked. Harry examined the wall, concrete, stains, old paint, no handle, no hinges. Then he noticed a patch of dust slightly thinner than the rest at shoulder height. He pressed his palm to it. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then the wall opened. Remus whispered, "Oh my!" Beyond lay not a cave, not exactly, but a room built by someone who believed emergencies deserved respect. White lights flickered on one row at a time. Metal cabinets lined the walls. A central table held folded black material, sealed cases, maps, communication equipment, and tools arranged with almost frightening precision. Everything had labels. Everything had backups. A generator hummed to life beneath the floor. Harry stepped inside. The room recognized him. "Field unit active," said the same mechanical voice from the library. "Primary user, Wayne H. Secondary magical shielding, intact. Lily Evans Potter authentication layer, intact." Remus went very still at Lily's name. A soft green light moved over Harry's face. Age, 15. Combat exposure, high. Psychological stress markers, elevated. Recommendation, rest, nutrition, supervised training, no solo operations. Sirius barked a laugh. "I like it." Harry glared at the ceiling. Noted, the table opened. Inside were no miracle weapons, no gun that killed wizards, no machine that cancelled magic. Instead, there were things that looked almost disappointing at first. Smoke pellets, climbing lines, reinforced gloves, small listening devices, lock tools, medical supplies, blank identity papers, muggle money, maps, compact armor panels, and a black folded garment made from material that seemed to drink light. Remus touched one of the armor plates. Lightweight. Composite, the system said. Resistant to knives, small caliber firearms, blunt trauma, magical resistance, unverified. Assume low. Harry smiled faintly despite himself. Assume low. Bruce's voice lived in every warning label. Sirius picked up a small black pellet. And this? Flash smoke charge, non-lethal, visual obstruction, magical wind, water, shield charms, or detection spells may counter. Everything has a caveat, Sirius said. Good, Harry replied. Remus looked at him. Harry ran his fingers over the folded black garment. The symbol from the coin was worked into the chest, almost invisible unless the light struck it at the right angle. Not bright, not theatrical, a suggestion of wings, a shadow shaped with intent. "This symbol is not a costume," Bruce had said. Harry lifted the garment. It was heavier than it looked, not physically. The weight was elsewhere. Sirius's face changed when he saw it. "No," Harry did not answer. "No," Sirius said again, sharper. "Absolutely not. It's armor. It's a mask." Harry looked at him. "Death Eaters wear masks, to hide, to frighten. That is not an argument in your favor." Harry set the garment down carefully. "They use fear on people who can't fight back. Yes. So we turn it around." Remus's eyes narrowed, not in anger but understanding. "The hunters become hunted." Sirius rounded on him. "Do not help." Remus did not look away from Harry. "This is what you did in Bell Yard." "I didn't have the right tools. You had enough." "No," Harry said. "I had luck and darkness powder. And you all nearly died because the trap was already set before we arrived." He touched the symbol. Voldemort rules with fear because everyone accepts the direction it travels, from him to us, from Death Eaters to families, from Dementors to prisoners. What happens if it travels back? Sirius's jaw tightened. People get hurt. People are already hurt. You get hurt. I'm already in the war. You are a child, the shout echoed in the clean metal room. Harry flinched, not visibly enough for most people. Sirius saw anyway. His anger broke into something rower. I'm sorry. Harry breathed once. I know. Sirius looked at the suit like it was a rival, like it was Azkaban, Dumbledore, Voldemort, and James's ghost all folded into black fabric. I can't lose you, he said. Harry's answer came quietly. Then don't make me do this alone. That silenced him. Remus closed his eyes briefly. The system hummed. Training archive available, it said. Non-lethal engagement, escape and restraint, surveillance basics, evidence capture, fear management, ethical constraints. Sirius laughed weakly. Ethical constraints, brilliant, even the cupboard lectures. Harry looked at the suit again. I'm not becoming him, he said. Neither man asked which him. Bruce, Voldemort, James, the boy who lived, all of them were possible shadows. I'm choosing a method, Harry said. That's all. Remus's voice was gentle. Methods shape people, Harry, I know. Do you? Harry looked at the folded black fabric and thought of the Death Eater in Bell Yard Lane running when the darkness turned against him. He thought of the children who had not existed, dolls seated at a table with red thread around their necks. He thought of Cedric. He thought of Dudley's gang. Of the cupboard. Of Voldemort laughing while grown men trembled. Fear had always had hands. For once, Harry wanted to decide where they pointed. I know enough to start carefully, he said. That was all Sirius would allow. Training began before operations. Bruce's archive insisted on it with a stubbornness Harry privately admired and publicly hated. The system refused to unlock certain tools until Harry completed safety modules, physical drills, and restraint protocols. Sirius found this hilarious until the archive required him to complete them too, as adult supervision with insufficient non-lethal certification. Remus laughed for nearly a full minute. The first week changed Harry more than he expected. He had thought training meant learning moves. It did, partly. How to fall without breaking a wrist. How to escape a grip by attacking balance instead of strength. How to use a cloak, wall, stairwell, or light source as part of a fight. How to vanish from sight without magic by understanding where people expected a body to be. How to bind a wand hand without snapping bone. How to strike nerves only when necessary and never in anger. But the archive cared more about thinking. Before every simulated engagement, it asked 3 questions. Objective, lines, exits, not enemies. Not power, not victory. Objective, lines, exits. The first time Harry answered, stop the attacker. The system rejected it. Insufficient objective. Define measurable outcome. Harry scowled. Prevent harm to victim. Accepted lines. No killing. No permanent injury unless unavoidable to prevent greater harm. Accepted exits. Harry named the door. Insufficient. Always 2 contingencies. He hated how satisfied Sirius looked by the end of the week. Harry could clear a room in the field unit without firing a spell. Not perfectly, not like Bruce would have. Whoever Bruce truly was beneath the recording. Harry was bruised, slow, and occasionally humiliated by training dummies that popped from walls at unfair angles. But he improved. More importantly, he learned the suit's limits. The armor could stop a knife. A blasting curse would break ribs through it. The cowl's lenses could brighten darkness. A simple obscuring charm could blind them. The listening devices could catch whispers. A basic magical ward could fry them. Smoke charges confused human eyes. A bubblehead charm or wind spell ruined the effect. Grappling lines helped with rooftops. A levitation charm could make them irrelevant. No single tool won. Layers did. Harry liked that. It felt honest. Their first operation came because of Mundungus Fletcher. He arrived at Grimmauld Place drunk, bleeding and frightened enough to forget he was supposed to look slippery. He brought news of a planned raid against a Muggle-born healer named Althea Finch, who had been smuggling potions to families too scared to visit St. Mungo's. The Death Eaters intended to take her at night from a safe flat in Southwark. This time, the order did not rush. Not because they had learned caution permanently. People did not change that quickly. But Moody had seen Harry's notebook. Kingsley had copied 2 pages. Remus asked for the address twice and watched Fletcher's eyes both times. Harry said nothing during the meeting. He only listened. When it ended, Moody looked at him. "Well," the kitchen stopped, pretending not to wait. Harry opened his notebook. "If it's bait," he said, "it's different from Belliard. Belliard targeted the order's guilt. This targets supply lines. Althea Finch is real. The need is real. That makes it better bait." Molly looked pained but did not interrupt. Harry continued, "If I were them, I'd expect an order extraction. They'll watch the flat, the street, and the nearest apparition points. They'll assume we come to save her." "And?" Kingsley asked. Harry looked at the map. "So we don't." Sirius, standing behind him, muttered, "I hate when he says things like that." Harry pointed to a building 2 streets away. "We move her before they arrive." Remus leaned in. "How?" "She runs a potion supply network. She must have delivery routes. We use one already trusted." Tonks grinned slowly. "Polyjuice?" "No," Harry said. "Too much risk if they test magically. We use Mundungus." Fletcher choked. "Beg pardon, you gave them information," Harry said. "I never, maybe not knowingly, but they got enough through you once, so we assume they watch you." "You go loudly to the wrong place, looking guilty." Fletcher stared. "As bait, as theater." Moody's scarred face split into something that might have been a smile on someone less alarming. "Kids got teeth." The operation should have ended quietly. That was the plan. Althea Finch was moved through a laundry service entrance before midnight, disguised not by glamour but by a stained coat, a wheeled cart, and the universal truth that most people did not look closely at workers. Tonks played the board night cleaner. Kingsley watched from a bus stop. Remus handled the route. Sirius stayed with the extraction team, visibly unhappy because Harry was not with him. Harry was above, not alone. Hermione monitored from the field unit through a communication channel that worked until magic interfered, which meant she spent most of the night complaining about signal quality. Ron sat beside her with maps and emergency flu contacts. Neither had permission from the adults. Both had decided permission was becoming a flexible concept. Harry crouched on the roof across from the flat, black suit blending into rain and shadow, cowl lenses dimmed. He felt ridiculous for the first 10 minutes. Then the Death Eaters arrived. 5 of them, not Bellatrix. Not an inner circle monster. Foot soldiers with masks and confidence, the kind of men who enjoyed being feared because they had never been forced to examine what they feared themselves. They entered the flat, found it empty. Anger followed. One blasted the table apart. Another kicked over potion crates. A third grabbed the old delivery ledger Althea had left behind, the false ledger, because Hermione had rewritten it with enough believable errors to make the trap worth taking. Then the lights went out, not all at once. One by one, down the street. Muggle bulbs popped softly in a line until the flat glowed alone in the dark. The Death Eaters froze. Harry watched from across the street, breathing slow. Objective, make them run. Lines, no killing. No permanent injury. Evidence if possible. Exits rooftop behind. Fire escape left. Emergency portkey and belt if disabled. He dropped the first speaker bead down the chimney. It clicked once as it landed in the grate. Then it played a recording of a whisper from the opposite corner of the room. "You came to hunt a healer." All 5 Death Eaters spun. One fired at the corner. The curse shattered plaster. Harry dropped from the roof to the fire escape, cloak snapping in rain, and struck the window with a small charge. Glass burst inward. Smoke followed, thick and black. The Death Eaters shouted. Harry did not enter. Entering first was what they expected from heroes. He stayed outside and let fear enter before him. Another bead rolled beneath the door. "You wear masks because you are afraid to be known." "Who's there?" one shouted. A third bead from above. "You follow a man who fears death so badly he makes servants of cowards." That did it. Rage broke formation. 2 Death Eaters fired upward. One fired at the door. Another tried to disapparate and failed because Remus had placed an anti-apparition jinx around the flat 10 minutes earlier. Layer 1. Harry entered through the broken window when their wands were pointed elsewhere. He took the nearest one low, binding his ankles with a whispered spell and sweeping his wand hand into the wall. The man fell hard. Harry moved past him before the others could turn. Smoke hid motion. Rain hid sound. The suit hid shape. A curse struck Harry in the side. The armor took some of it. Not enough. Pain exploded through his ribs and stole his breath. He hit the floor, rolled because stopping was worse, and came up behind the overturned sofa. So, magic still hurt, good to remember. A Death Eater laughed shakily. There it is! Harry threw a flash charge. White light filled the room. The laughter became a scream. Harry moved through it, not fast enough to be inhuman, not strong enough to overpower, but prepared enough to strike while the room was still blind. Wand hand, knee, elbow, bind, move. Tonks entered from below with Kingsley behind her. That ended the fight, but the last Death Eater fled through the back before Kingsley's stunning spell could catch him. He burst onto the alley, mask gone, hood half-torn, face white with terror. Harry followed from above. The man ran blindly through rain-slick streets, looking back again and again. His wand shook so badly sparks fell from its tip. Twice he nearly tripped. Once he fired a curse at an empty roof because he thought he saw something move. Harry let him run, not far, just far enough to understand. Then he dropped into the alley ahead of him. The Death Eater stopped so suddenly he fell backward. Harry stood between him and the street, black cloak hanging still, pale lenses catching the dim light. The man raised his wand with both hands. "Stay away!" Harry said nothing. Silence did more work than threats. "I'll kill you." Harry tilted his head. The man's wand lowered half an inch. "You're one of Dumbledore's," he whispered. "You have to be." Harry stepped forward. The Death Eater scrambled back. "What are you?" Harry's voice came low through the cowl, altered just enough that it did not sound like a schoolboy's. "A consequence." The man broke. He threw his wand aside, tore the marked sleeve of his robe down as if he could rip the dark mark from his skin, and sobbed, I'll talk, just don't leave me for it." Harry stopped. "For what?" The man looked past him into the dark, trembling violently. "The thing hunting us." Rain fell between them. Harry understood then, not fully. Not as strategy yet, but as the first shape of something larger. The Death Eaters did not know what had happened at Bell Yard. They did not know what had happened tonight. They did not know about Bruce Wayne, the field unit, the line, or the boy beneath the cowl, so they had done what frightened people always did. They had invented a monster big enough to explain their fear. Harry looked down at the man. "You'll give names," he said. "Routes, safe houses." "Who sent you?" "Yes, anything." "No lies. No lies." Harry fired a red spark upward. Kingsley arrived 30 seconds later. The Death Eater nearly fainted with relief when he saw an aura. That was when Harry knew the inversion had begun. By morning, the story had already changed. It moved through Nocturne Alley first, carried by men who had never admitted fear sober, but whispered it after their third drink. It entered drawing rooms through house elves and servants ignored by masters who thought silence meant loyalty. It reached low-ranking Death Eaters before noon and inner circles by dusk. Something had taken Bell Yard from them, something had ruined the Finch raid. Something black, silent, and impossible to curse properly. Some said it was Potter. Most rejected that at once. Potter was a boy. Loud, lucky, emotional. This thing had moved like planning-given bones. Some said it was Dumbledore's creature. Some said it was an American demon. Some said it was the ghost of everyone the Dark Lord had killed. By nightfall, fear had put wings on it. In a cold room far from London, a kneeling Death Eater repeated the story with his forehead pressed to the floor. Lord Voldemort listened. He sat very still, long white fingers resting on the arm of his chair, red eyes half-lidded. Around him, the gathered faithful did not breathe too loudly. Lucius Malfoy stood to one side, face carefully blank. Bellatrix Lestrange smiled with bright madness, but even she watched her master before deciding how amused to be. "A shadow," Voldemort said softly. The kneeling man trembled. "My lord, that is what they say. What they say." "Yes, my lord." "And what do you say?" The man swallowed. "I say it is a trick." "Do you?" "Yes, my lord." Voldemort rose, no one moved. He descended the steps slowly, robes whispering over stone. When he reached the kneeling man, he touched one finger beneath his chin and lifted his face. The man was crying. Voldemort smiled. "My followers," he said, "are afraid of shadows now." Bellatrix laughed too loudly. Lucius did not. Voldemort's smile vanished. "Find it," he said. The kneeling man sagged in relief. Then Voldemort leaned closer, voice soft as silk drawn over a blade. "And when you do, bring me the boy beneath it." Far away in the London Field Unit, Harry removed the cowl with shaking hands. There was blood along his ribs. Nothing serious, according to the system, which Harry suspected had Bruce's definition of serious and therefore could not be trusted. Sirius had shouted for 7 minutes. Remus had healed the worst of the bruising. Hermione had gone silent in the frightening way that meant tears were losing a battle with fury. Ron had said, "That was brilliant," then seen Hermione's face and added, "And stupid, obviously." Now Harry stood alone before the central table. The black mask lay on the metal surface, empty-eyed and waiting. He had thought wearing it would make him feel powerful. It had not. It had made every choice heavier. Every movement had required restraint. Every frightened enemy had forced him to remember the line. It would have been easy, terribly easy, to enjoy their terror too much, to press harder, to become the thing they imagined. Harry understood then why Bruce had built warnings into everything, not because tools failed, because people did. The coin pulsed beside the cowl. For a moment, the communication channel crackled. Harry froze, static hissed. Then a voice came through, faint with distance and interference, but unmistakably human. "Field Unit London, this is Gotham Relay." Harry's heart stopped. A pause. Then the same voice from the recording, older now, alive in real time. "Harry Wayne, if you can hear me, do not answer unless you are secure." Harry stared at the console. The room seemed to narrow around the sound. Sirius called his name from outside the door. Harry reached toward the switch. The voice came again, controlled, urgent, and much closer than any ghost had a right to be. "I'm coming." Bruce Wayne arrived in London without thunder. That disappointed Ron. He admitted as much later, though only after Hermione threatened to tell Mrs. Weasley he had spent 10 minutes arguing with a muggle vending machine in the underground station because it had stolen his coins. "I'm just saying," Ron muttered, shoulders hunched against the cold morning rain. When a secret billionaire night warrior crosses an ocean because his hidden wizard son activated a magical emergency coin, you expect something bigger than a black car. "It isn't magical," Hermione said automatically. "The car, the coin." Ron looked at her. "The coin opens walls, talks, shows maps, and summoned a man from America. It uses technology. It uses showing off." Harry said nothing. He stood near the curb outside the abandoned storage facility, hands in the pockets of his coat, watching the black car glide toward them through the gray London morning. The street was mostly empty. A delivery lorry rattled past. A woman under a yellow umbrella hurried by without looking up. Rain tapped softly against the pavement and turned the world into reflections. Inside his pocket, the device that had once been a coin rested against his palm, folded and silent. The night before, Bruce's voice had come through the field unit's communication system like a door opening in a house Harry had thought empty. "I'm coming. Not I will try. Not if I can. I'm coming." The words had followed Harry into sleep and stood waiting when he woke. Now the car stopped. The driver stepped out first. Older, narrow-faced, immaculate despite the rain, carrying an umbrella with the resigned dignity of a man who had seen many impossible things and found most of them inconvenient. He opened the rear door. Bruce Wayne emerged. Harry's first thought was absurd. He's taller than the recording. The second was worse. He looks tired. Not tired like Remus, whose weariness lived in the bones and eyes, shaped by moons and poverty and old grief. Not tired like Sirius, whose energy burned too hot because stopping meant remembering Azkaban. Bruce Wayne's exhaustion was controlled, disciplined. forced into straight shoulders, measured movements, and a face trained to reveal nothing unless revelation served a purpose. He wore a dark coat over a dark suit. His hair was black, dampened slightly by rain. There was a fading bruise near his jaw that makeup had not fully hidden, and a small cut near one eyebrow. He looked like a man who had crossed the ocean after a fight, slept little, trusted less, and already mapped every rooftop on the street. His eyes found Harry immediately, not the building. Not Sirius, not Remus, not the wands hidden badly in sleeves and pockets. Harry, for a moment, the street vanished. There were no Death Eaters, no Voldemort, no prophecy, no order, no field unit humming behind locked concrete. Only a boy who had spent his life belonging to stories other people told, and a man who had learned he had a son after 15 years of silence. Bruce did not rush forward. Harry was grateful for that. He did not smile too widely or open his arms, as if blood could repair absence with one dramatic gesture. He stopped several feet away, rain sliding off the umbrella the older man held above him, and studied Harry's face with an intensity that should have felt invasive, but instead felt careful. "Harry," Bruce said. His voice in person was lower than the recording, less filtered, more human. The same control was there, but the edges had changed. In the recording, grief had been sealed behind steel. Here, standing in the rain, the seal had cracks. Harry's mouth felt dry. "Mr. Wayne." Something moved across Bruce's face. Not hurt exactly. Acceptance, perhaps. He had expected no more and asked for less. The older man beside him cleared his throat gently. "Master Bruce, perhaps introductions before everyone catches pneumonia." Bruce's eyes did not leave Harry at once. Then he stepped slightly aside. "This is Alfred Pennyworth." Alfred inclined his head. "A pleasure, Mr. Potter." Ron whispered to Hermione. "He said Potter." Alfred looked at him. "I did." Ron went red. Sirius moved forward then, all lean tension and guarded hostility. He had dressed in muggle clothes badly enough that he looked like a man impersonating a man who had heard of shops. His wand was not visible, but Harry knew exactly where it was. "Sirius Black," he said. Bruce turned to him. The air changed. It was not magic. Harry would have felt magic. This was something older and simpler. Two men measuring one another in the space between heartbeats. Sirius had the wild, protective anger of a godfather who had lost 12 years and refused to lose another second. Bruce had the stillness of someone who knew anger was a blade best kept sheathed until it had a target. "You protected him," Bruce said. Sirius's expression tightened. "Not well enough. No one ever thinks they did." For a second, Sirius had no answer. Remus stepped in before the silence became a duel. "Remus Lupin." Bruce shook his hand. Something in his eyes flickered when he took in Remus's worn coat, the scars, the careful posture of a man accustomed to making himself non-threatening in rooms that might reject him. "You're ill," Bruce said. Remus blinked. Sirius barked a laugh. "Careful, he does that." Remus recovered first. Only periodically, Bruce's gaze sharpened, but he did not press. "Understood." Hermione was staring with the expression she wore when a library had unexpectedly grown a second floor. Ron looked as if he still wanted a dramatic cape reveal. Harry felt like he had been dropped into a conversation written in a language he could almost read. Bruce looked back at him. "I need to confirm something before we go inside," he said. Harry's fingers tightened around the coin. "What?" "That you control access." Sirius frowned. "What does that mean?" Bruce answered Harry, not Sirius. "The field unit recognized you. It is yours now, not mine. I can advise, repair, and disable systems that endanger you, but I won't take command without permission." Harry had not known he needed to hear that until the words landed. "Yours now, not mine." Dumbledore had never said anything like that. The wizarding world had handed Harry titles, burdens, fame, blame, and danger, but rarely control. Even adults who loved him tended to speak of him as someone to be moved out of rooms before decisions happened. Bruce Wayne, who had every reason to claim the device he built, and the blood he had unknowingly left behind, stood in the rain and asked permission. Harry swallowed. "You can come in." Bruce nodded once. Only then did he move. The field unit changed when Bruce entered, not visibly at first. The lights were the same. The cabinets remained locked or open according to Harry's authorization. The central table hummed beneath maps of London and lines of Death Eater movement that Hermione had been refining since dawn. But the room seemed to recognize its maker in a way the system did not announce. Bruce crossed to the main console and placed 2 fingers against a dark panel. It lit beneath his touch, then dimmed. "Field unit integrity," he asked. The mechanical voice responded at once. "Operational. Magical shielding, unstable but intact. User Wayne H, active. User Wayne B, advisory status pending." Sirius glanced at Harry. "It really is yours." Harry did not know what to do with that, so he studied Bruce instead. Bruce was not awed by magic. That became obvious quickly. He was interested in it, wary of it, and frustrated by it within 6 minutes, but never awed. When Remus demonstrated a basic locking charm, Bruce asked whether it affected the object, the space around the object, or the intent of the person attempting entry. When Hermione explained that the answer depended on the charm, the caster, and sometimes the age of the door, Bruce's mouth tightened as if magic had personally offended him by refusing clean categories. "Rules without consistency," he said. Hermione bristled. "Magic has consistency? Not enough. It has thousands of years of theory. So does weather. I still don't plan a mission assuming the rain likes me," Ron whispered. "I like him." Hermione whispered back, "You would." Bruce examined wands next, not by touching them. He never asked to hold one. When Harry offered his, Bruce looked at it for a moment, then shook his head. "It chose you." Harry blinked. "How do you know that?" "The way everyone here talks about wands." Bruce's gaze moved from Harry's holster to Sirius's sleeve to Remus's pocket. "Personal? Semi-sentient or treated as if they are, bonded. Taking it without understanding the relationship is either rude, dangerous, or both." Remus smiled faintly. "Both, usually." Bruce nodded, as if filing the matter away. "Then no." He watched spells cast against targets, shield charms, stunning spells, disarming spells. Hexes Hermione insisted were educational, not aggressive, even when one training dummy sprouted tentacles and fell over. Alfred, who seemed impossible to surprise, raised one eyebrow and asked whether tea would be possible in the facility. Ron volunteered too quickly, mostly to escape Hermione's explanation of wand movement geometry. Bruce asked questions without wasting them. How quickly could an average trained wizard cast under stress? Could spells curve? Could shields block physical objects? Could magic detect body heat? Heartbeat, intent, blood names, lies. Could a wizard cast without line of sight? Could a spell be delayed? Could sound be trapped? Could fear be magically amplified? At that the room quieted. Harry saw the exact moment Bruce noticed. "Show me," he said. No one moved. Sirius crossed his arms. "Show you what?" "The fear magic." Remus's smile vanished. "That is not a single category." "Then start with the most common battlefield effects." Moody would have enjoyed him, Harry thought. Perhaps that was why Harry found himself answering. Dementors are the worst. Not spells, creatures. They feed on happiness, make you relive your worst memories. Enough exposure and they can take your soul. Bruce went still, not visibly shocked, more like every part of him focused at once. Countermeasure, Patronus charm, difficult, needs a strong, happy memory. Bruce looked at him. "You can cast it." "Yes, at 15. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. Sirius said with fierce pride, "At 13. Bruce absorbed that. "What else?" "Voldemort has a presence," Harry said, "not just reputation. When he wants people afraid, the room feels wrong, cold, small. Like your body understands before your mind does. Magical intimidation field, maybe, or just him." "There's no just him if the effect is repeatable." Hermione looked both annoyed and intrigued. "That is actually a useful way to phrase it." Bruce continued, "Death Eaters? They rely on panic." Kingsley said from the doorway. Everyone turned. He stood at the entrance with Moody beside him, both in traveling cloaks damp from rain. Moody's magical eye fixed on Bruce immediately and spun once, twice, then stopped. "Wayne," Moody growled. "Moody," Bruce said. Harry stared. "You know each other?" "No," Moody said. "He reads files," Alfred said. Moody's eye moved to Alfred. "And who are you?" "A butler, sir." Moody grunted. Dangerous profession that. Alfred smiled politely. You have no idea. Kingsley stepped fully inside, calm as always, though his hand rested near his wand. We received word from Remus that an outside contact had arrived. Sirius muttered, Traitor. Remus did not look sorry. Kingsley's gaze moved over Bruce. You understand this war is not a private matter. Bruce's answer was immediate. No war is. That earned a flicker of something from Kingsley. Respect, perhaps, or caution. Moody limped closer, eyes still locked on Bruce. No wand. No magic. No. And you walked into a hidden magical headquarters connected to a terrorist war because a machine told you a boy existed. Bruce looked at Harry. Because Lily's contingency activated, Moody snorted. That's supposed to reassure me? No. Good. The two men looked at each other for a long moment. Then Moody laughed. It was not a pleasant sound, but it was real. Merlin, help us. He's worse than Potter. Which one? Sirius asked. All of them. The uneasy alliance began there, not trust. Trust required time, and war rarely gave it freely. But Kingsley listened when Bruce spoke of pattern disruption. Moody listened when Bruce asked why the Order kept responding to attacks instead of shaping enemy expectations. Remus translated between worlds when language failed. Hermione took notes so aggressively that Ron warned her the parchment might surrender. Harry watched Bruce build a room. That was the only way he could describe it. Dumbledore commanded rooms by age, power, and the quiet gravity of a man who knew more than he said. Voldemort commanded them by terror. Molly Weasley commanded them by love sharpened into authority. Bruce did something else. He structured attention. He asked for objectives first. Not hopes, not emotions. Objectives: protect the healer, capture the courier, disrupt the raid, recover evidence. Prevent civilian exposure, then lines: no killing, no torture, no using civilians as bait, no leaving wounded enemies to die, no handing prisoners to anyone likely to execute them quietly. That last one made Moody's jaw work. You think we're soft? Moody asked. I think wars make good people efficient in ways they later call necessary. Moody's face darkened, Sirius straightened. Kingsley spoke before either could. And exits, Bruce nodded once. Always. That became the rhythm: objective, lines, exits. At first the Order found it insulting. These were veteran fighters. Aurors. Survivors of the First War. People who had faced Voldemort when Harry was still a baby. They did not need a muggle with bruised knuckles teaching them how to fight. Then Bruce asked Tonks to walk through the Finch raid again. She did, arms folded, hair changing from brown to irritated pink. He stopped her after 20 seconds. You crossed the front window twice. I was under a disillusionment charm. Can it be countered? Yes, but then you crossed exposed ground twice. Tonks opened her mouth, closed it. He turned to Kingsley. You watched the street from the bus stop. Good cover, poor exit. If they identified you, you had two directions, both open street. Kingsley did not argue. Remus next. You placed the anti-apparition jinx well, but once it was active, you stayed inside its radius. Remus blinked. Yes, if injured, you trapped yourself with them. Moody's mouth twitched. Then Bruce turned to Harry. Harry braced. You entered through the window after deploying smoke. Yes, smoke works both ways. I had lenses, which magic can blind. Harry said nothing. You also stayed after the auras took control. I was following the runner. Alone. Harry's jaw tightened. He surrendered. After you gave him time to panic. Useful, dangerous. You had no confirmation he was alone, no Overwatch angle after leaving the first building, and an injury to your ribs you hadn't assessed. Sirius looked smug. Harry looked at the table. Bruce's voice softened by half a degree. Good result. Bad process. Harry hated how much that mattered. Not because he disliked criticism. He preferred useful criticism to vague praise. But from Bruce, every word landed with a strange double weight. Father and stranger, teacher and ghost. A man who had not earned authority over Harry's life and yet spoke a language some buried part of Harry had always understood. Understood, Harry said. Bruce watched him a moment longer. Again. So they ran it again. The Order changed slowly over the next 2 weeks, not completely. People did not become disciplined because a stranger drew lines on a map. Sirius still wanted to charge when frightened. Tonks still improvised so creatively that Bruce once stared at her for 5 full seconds before saying, "That should not have worked." Moody still suspected every shadow, though he began to appreciate someone else labeling exits before he had to demand it. Molly still hated every plan that included Harry, which meant she hated most plans now, but she also began keeping emergency medical kits in 3 places instead of 1. Harry changed too. He stopped thinking of fear as something he alone could endure. That had been the hidden arrogance beneath his control. Not pride exactly, but isolation dressed as duty. He had believed, without saying it aloud, that being unafraid meant standing apart from frightened people and doing what they could not. Bruce corrected that on the 4th night. They were in the field unit after a training exercise in which Harry had completed the objective, avoided lethal force, and still failed because he had not told Ron and Hermione what he was doing until they were forced to guess. "You default to silence," Bruce said. Harry removed his gloves. "Silence keeps plans contained. Silence isolates allies, information leaks, so do unsupported teams." Harry tossed the gloves onto the table. "You work alone." Bruce's face went still. Alfred, pouring tea near the console, made a soft sound that might have been warning or amusement. "No," Bruce said. Harry looked at him. "I operate alone when the objective requires it," Bruce said. "I do not work alone." Harry thought of Alfred, of the Gotham relay, of caches built by unseen hands, of a car that arrived exactly where Bruce needed it, of the way Alfred handed him tea before he asked. Bruce stepped closer. "The mask creates a lie, that one person can carry the dark alone. Believe that lie too long and it will hollow you out." Harry looked away. "You're trying to become necessary," Bruce said. "I am necessary." "Yes." The answer struck harder because Bruce did not deny it. "You are necessary," Bruce continued. "That does not mean you are sufficient." Harry stood very still. Something in him resisted those words. The cupboard-born part, the graveyard-forged part, the part Dumbledore's silence had fed all summer. That part believed dependence was a trap. Because adults failed, friends could die, and locked doors only opened if you learned the latch yourself. But another part remembered Ron standing pale under the cloak, Hermione shielding from a rooftop, Sirius kneeling in the library and saying family dragged you back when you chose wrong. Not sufficient, not alone. The next day, Harry began teaching. It started awkwardly in the drawing room with curtains over Mrs. Black's portrait and a half-circle of order members looking various degrees of skeptical. Fred and George had somehow obtained permission to watch, or more likely had obtained something that resembled permission if viewed from a distance in poor light. Ginny sat beside Hermione, chin lifted, daring anyone to send her away. Ron looked proud and embarrassed on Harry's behalf. Harry stood at the front and wished Voldemort would attack instead. "Fear makes you worse," he said. Fred raised a hand. "Bold opening," George nodded. "Very warm." Harry ignored them. "Not morally, functionally, hands shake, breathing changes, you look where you're afraid instead of where the danger is. You cast too fast or too late, you shout, you bunch up, you forget exits." Moody grunted approvingly from the back. Harry lifted his wand. "Death Eaters count on it, Dementors feed on it, Voldemort builds rooms out of it." No one joked then. He taught them the breathing first, in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. Molly called it too simple, until Harry asked her to do it while Fred and George set off 3 controlled fireworks behind her without warning. Her shield charm held on the 3rd attempt. On the 1st, she nearly hexed the wallpaper. On the 2nd, she cursed so creatively that Sirius applauded. Then came target drills under noise. Spellwork after lights dropped suddenly. Patronus attempts while recordings played screams, thunder, breaking glass, and whispered threats. Not real trauma, Bruce insisted. Never carelessly. Fear training was not cruelty with a lesson attached. It had to be controlled, consented to, and stopped when control failed. That rule mattered. Harry saw it save Neville Longbottom. Neville had come to Grimmauld Place with Ginny 2 days after the training began, nervous but determined, face pale when he saw the black suit folded near the field unit table. He had not asked what it meant. Neville rarely asked questions in rooms where he feared he might be mocked. During the third drill, when the lights went out and a recording of Bellatrix Lestrange's laughter echoed through the room, Neville froze completely. His wand slipped from his hand. Harry stopped the drill at once. The lights came back. Neville stood shaking, humiliation already rising in his face before anyone said a word. "Sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry I messed it up." "No," Harry said. Neville blinked. "That was your body remembering danger, not failure." Moody looked ready to object, then caught Bruce's eye and settled for growling at a chair. Harry picked up Neville's wand and offered it back. "Again, but smaller." "I can't." "Yes, you can." Neville's mouth twisted. "You don't know that." Harry thought of the cupboard, the graveyard. The Dementor's cold mouth searching for his happiest memories. "I know fear lies about what happens next." Neville took the wand. They ran the drill again, no laughter this time, just darkness for 3 seconds. Breathing, wand up, light again, 5 seconds, again, a sudden sound, again. By the end, Neville's charm still flickered weakly, but it happened. The room applauded before they could stop themselves. Neville went red to his ears. Bruce watched from the doorway. Later, he said, "That was good." Harry pretended the praise did not warm him. It would have continued like that, perhaps too cleanly, if Voldemort had allowed it. He did not. The attack came on a Friday evening when rain lashed London sideways and the wards around Grimmauld Place trembled like struck glass. Not a direct assault. Even Voldemort did not throw followers blindly at the headquarters of an enemy he could not see. This was more elegant. A false emergency pulled Kingsley away first. Then a ministry raid, officially searching for illegal defensive artifacts, forced Arthur and Tonks to intervene elsewhere. Then Mundungus vanished. Then, at 8:17, the field unit lost 3 outer sensors. Bruce looked up from the console. Harry was already moving. The map flickered. 3 red points appeared near the storage facility. Then 6. Then 11. Sirius swore. "They found it!" "No," Bruce said. Remus looked at him sharply. "No," Bruce's fingers moved over the console. "They found what I let them find." Harry stared. "You used the unit as bait." "I used the outer shell as bait. The core is shielded." Sirius's face darkened. "You might have mentioned that." "I am mentioning it now." "That is not better." The field unit lights shifted from white to red. Alfred calmly closed the medical cabinet and picked up a case. "I believe this is the part of the evening where everyone becomes unreasonable." The Death Eaters entered through the warehouse above. They came expecting the shadow. They came prepared for smoke, darkness, Muggle alarms, and trick doors. They did not come prepared for Bruce Wayne. That was the first lesson of the night. Harry saw it through the internal monitors, masked figures spreading through the abandoned front room, wands raised, moving more carefully than before. Fear had taught them something. Good. Fear was a teacher, whether one liked the lesson or not. One Death Eater cast a detection charm. The spell passed over the false wall and sparked blue. "Found you," he whispered. The wall opened, darkness hit them, not magical darkness, not Peruvian powder. Just every light in the building dying at once, while high-frequency sound cracked through the air and flash charges burst behind them instead of in front. 3 Death Eaters fired at empty space. One shielded the wrong direction. Another stumbled into a tripline and fell hard enough to knock his mask loose. Bruce moved through them like a plan with fists. He did not overpower anyone. Harry understood that instantly and would remember it forever. There was no grand clash, no Muggle man somehow stronger than magic. Bruce never stood where a wand was aimed. He never gave a wizard time to finish turning. He struck wrists, throats lightly enough to stun breath but not crush, knees, elbows, balance points. He used walls and sound and darkness. He made each attacker interfere with the next. When spells flew, they hit shelves, crates, each other's shields. He won because the room had been prepared before they entered it. Layer 1, false entrance. Layer 2, light control. Layer 3, sound disruption. Layer 4, floor obstacles mapped to his steps and not theirs. Layer 5, order response waiting below. It was brilliant. For 90 seconds, it looked impossible. Then magic reminded everyone what it was. A Death Eater near the rear, calmer than the others, stopped trying to see Bruce and instead lifted both hands. Confringo, the explosion took the floor. Not the wall, not the shadow, the floor. The blast threw Bruce across the room and slammed him into a support pillar with a sound Harry felt in his teeth. "Bruce!" Harry shouted. He was moving before Sirius could stop him. The next seconds became broken pieces. Harry bursting from the lower entrance under the cowl. Sirius firing a shield wide enough to catch falling beams. Remus binding a Death Eater who tried to curse Bruce where he lay, Moody roaring from the stairwell. Because of course Moody had known and arrived anyway. Hermione's voice over the comms, high and terrified, calling structural failure warnings. Bruce pushed himself up on one arm, too slow. The calm Death Eater aimed at him again. Harry cast first. Expelliarmus! The wand flew from the man's hand. For one instant, Harry felt relief. Then the Death Eater smiled and drew a knife, not at Harry, at Bruce. Harry was too far. Sirius was blocked. Remus was dueling two others. Bruce saw the knife coming and moved, but pain made him human. The blade cut across his side, not deep enough to kill, deep enough to drop him to one knee. The Death Eater grabbed him by the hair and lifted the knife again. Harry's wand rose. The curse that came to his tongue was not the killing curse. He did not know that spell the way Voldemort knew it. Not truly. Not with the will behind it, but in that heartbeat he wanted something close enough. He wanted the man gone, the room narrowed. Sound vanished. All he saw was Bruce bleeding, Sirius trapped, Voldemort's war reaching one more hand toward someone Harry had not even had time to understand. His hand shook. For the first time that night, it shook. Then Bruce looked at him. Bleeding, pinned, outmatched by magic and steel, Bruce Wayne met Harry's eyes through smoke and falling dust, and shook his head. No, not pleading, commanding, the line. Harry's breath broke in for 4 was impossible, so he took one breath, ugly and sharp, and changed aim. Stupefy. The spell struck the Death Eater in the shoulder, not clean, not perfect, but enough. He fell backward. Bruce twisted free and collapsed against the pillar. Sirius reached him first. The rest of the fight ended in fragments of red light and shouted bindings. Moody took down the calm Death Eater with a curse that glued him to the ceiling by his robes. Tonks arrived with Kingsley and sealed the exits. Remus dragged Harry back from a collapsing section of floor. Hermione's remote alarms screamed until Ron apparently hit something at the console and made them worse. When it was over, the upper warehouse was half ruined. Bruce was on the lower-level medical table, shirt cut open, bruises already darkening across his ribs, blood staining Alfred's hands. Harry stood 3 feet away and could not stop staring. Alfred worked with brisk, merciless calm. Broken rib, possibly 2, knife wound shallow but untidy. Concussion likely. Master Bruce, if you attempt to stand in the next 10 minutes, I shall resign retroactively. Bruce's eyes were closed. Noted. Sirius stood beside Harry, pale with fury. You nearly died. Bruce opened his eyes. Yes. That's all you have to say. I misjudged the caster in the rear. You misjudged magic. Bruce's gaze moved to Harry. Yes. There it was. No excuse, no pride, no attempt to turn pain into legend. Yes, magic was above his weight class. Harry had seen it. Everyone had. Bruce had won the room until one wizard changed the rules by breaking the floor itself. No amount of training made human ribs immune to explosion. No armor made a man untouchable to a curse he did not fully understand. The honesty of it frightened Harry more than a lie would have. He had wanted Bruce to be impossible. Some childish part of him, despite every warning, had wanted the man from the recording to step into the wizarding world and prove that preparation could beat anything. That if you planned hard enough, trained long enough, refused fear deeply enough, nothing could put you on your knees. But Bruce bled like anyone else, and somehow that made his creed heavier. You still came, Harry said. Bruce looked at him for a long moment. Yes. Why? Sirius glanced at him, startled by the question. Harry did not take it back. Bruce breathed carefully, pain tightening the corners of his mouth. "Because you called. I didn't know I was calling you. You still called." Harry's throat closed. Alfred, perhaps out of mercy, said, "He is going to become insufferably sentimental if allowed to continue while concussed." Bruce closed his eyes again. "I'm not concussed. You flew 8 feet into concrete and answered yes to a rhetorical accusation. Efficiently. Concussed." Ron, hovering near the doorway, whispered, "I really like Alfred." Hermione elbowed him without looking away from Bruce. The field unit survived. Barely. The outer warehouse was compromised, so Bruce initiated what he called burn protocol and Sirius called setting your own house on fire with manners. The core systems transferred to a secondary location beneath an old Wayne-owned office near the river, protected now not only by technology, but by wards Remus and Bill Weasley layered under Lily's old shielding logic. Magic and method, each covering the other's blind spots. The order changed more quickly after that. Seeing Bruce nearly die did what lectures could not. It proved 2 things at once. First, that preparation could let a muggle stand in a room full of wizards and survive longer than anyone had expected. Second, that survival was not invincibility. That mattered. The younger members stopped treating the cowl as exciting. The older members stopped treating it as childish theater. It became what Bruce had said it was from the start, a promise with a cost. Harry trained harder after the attack, but differently, less alone. He let Ron run exits. Let Hermione challenge assumptions. Let Neville build fear drills for other students because Neville understood freezing better than anyone and therefore understood recovery. Let Ginny design distraction patterns so viciously clever that Fred and George applauded with tears in their eyes. The Order began answering fear with structure. Death. Eater raids found homes empty before they arrived. Marked families received evacuation instructions written plainly enough for terrified people to follow. False rumors were fed into pureblood circles, not to cause panic randomly, but to make Voldemort's people question which safe houses were safe, which informants had turned, which shadows had eyes. They did not win the war, not yet. But the direction of fear changed, and Voldemort noticed. On the 10th night after the warehouse attack, Harry found Bruce on the roof of the new field unit, coat pulled tight against the wind, one arm held carefully against his ribs. London spread around them, wet and glittering. Far away, sirens rose and fell. Harry stood beside him. For a while, neither spoke. Then Bruce said, "You almost crossed the line." Harry's hands tightened on the roof edge. "I know." "Why didn't you? You told me not to." Bruce looked at him. Harry swallowed. "Not because you're my father. I mean, not only. Because if you could say no while bleeding on the floor, I didn't get to pretend anger made it impossible." The wind moved between them. Bruce's voice was quiet. "It will feel impossible again." "I know. No, you don't." Bruce turned toward the city. "Not fully. That's not an insult. It's a warning. The line is easy when you're calm and rested. It becomes real when someone you love is bleeding and the person responsible is within reach." Harry thought of Sirius. "Ron, Hermione, the bodies the war had not taken yet but might. How do you keep it?" he asked. Bruce did not answer quickly. That, more than anything, made Harry listen. "You decide before the moment," Bruce said. "You build people around you who will stop you. You remove tools that make crossing it easy. You study your enemies until killing is no longer the only way you can imagine ending them." Harry looked at him. "And if that fails," Bruce's face was half-shadowed, "then you live with the fact that it almost did, and you prepare again." Below them, a door opened and closed. Sirius's voice drifted faintly from inside, arguing with Alfred about whether bed rest applied to men who were barely injured. Alfred's reply was too polite to be harmless. Harry almost smiled. Then Bruce said, "I can't finish this war." The smile died. Harry turned. "What? I can help. Train. Build contingencies. Disrupt networks. Protect people. I can win rooms, maybe operations. Not this." Bruce looked at him fully. "Not Voldemort." Harry's scar prickled faintly at the name. "You don't know that." "I do. You just said magic is hard to categorize." This isn't about categories." Bruce's expression was grave. "He is tied to you, to your mother's sacrifice, to the prophecy your world believes in, whether you want it or not. More importantly, he represents a question only you can answer." "What question?" "Whether power defines the fight." Harry looked away. Bruce continued, "If I end him, the lesson becomes preparation beats magic. If Dumbledore ends him, power beats power. If the Ministry ends him, authority restores order." A pause. "None of those are true enough." Harry felt cold that had nothing to do with the wind, and if I end him, then the man who built himself on fear is beaten by the one person he could not make afraid. Harry's mouth went dry. "I'm not ready." No, the answer should have hurt. It helped instead. Bruce rested one hand lightly on the roof edge. "That's why we prepare." Harry stared out at London. Somewhere beyond the city lights, Voldemort was gathering followers, counting weapons, believing the world still turned around power because power was the only language he had ever trusted. Somewhere, Dumbledore was moving pieces Harry could not yet see. Somewhere, Horcruxes waited with pieces of a broken soul inside them, though Harry did not know that word yet. He only knew the shape of the case was larger than he had understood. He only knew Bruce was right. Preparation could win rooms. Method could change a war. But in the end, Harry would have to stand where no one else could stand. Not because he was stronger, because he was not running. Bruce looked at him, and for the first time the distance between father and stranger seemed smaller than the silence between them. "I'll be there as long as I can," Bruce said. Harry nodded. Neither of them called it a promise. Promises were fragile things in war. Instead, they stood above the city, two shadows against the rain, while below them the Order learned to breathe through fear, and somewhere in the dark Lord Voldemort began to understand that the boy he had failed to kill was no longer merely surviving him. He was studying him. Harry Potter learned the word Horcrux on a night when no one had died yet, which made the knowledge feel almost more terrible. Death at least announced itself. A body on wet grass. A flash of green. A scream cut short. Those things were horrific, but they were clear. They left the world changed in a way everyone could see. A Horcrux was different. It was murder hidden inside an object. A soul turned into evidence. A crime scene that could sit on a shelf for 50 years while people dusted around it. The word came from Dumbledore. That mattered. Harry had spent months resenting the headmaster's silences. But when Albus Dumbledore finally entered the new field unit beneath the old Wayne office near the Thames, he did not look like a man coming to reclaim command. He looked old. Not weak, never weak, but old in the way mountains might look old if they had learned regret. Bruce Wayne did not stand when he arrived, neither did Harry. That too mattered. The room was no longer only a room, it had become a mind made visible. Maps covered one wall. Britain, London, old pureblood estates, known Death Eater routes, Ministry influence chains, locations of attacks. Another wall held photographs, names, dates, and red thread connecting choices that had once seemed random until Harry placed them beside one another. A third wall was empty except for one word written in black. Riddle, not Voldemort, not you-know-who. Riddle, the name he had tried to murder. Dumbledore saw it and paused. His blue eyes moved over the wall, over the files, over Hermione's neat labels. Ron's color-coded route pins, Neville's fear drill notes, Sirius's annotations written too aggressively. Remus's careful additions, Kingsley's ministry intelligence, and Bruce's clipped tactical summaries. For once, the headmaster looked like someone entering a classroom where the lesson had begun without him. "Harry," he said softly. Harry stood beside the central table, arms folded. "Professor." Sirius leaned against the far wall, expression guarded. Remus stood near him, calmer but no less watchful. Hermione had 3 books open and a quill poised like a weapon. Ron sat on the edge of the table until Hermione looked at him, then slid off as if he had meant to do that. Bruce remained in the chair nearest the console, ribs still healing, one hand resting on a file labeled Tom Marvolo Riddle, Identity Construction. Alfred poured tea because apparently even war required standards. Dumbledore accepted a cup. Bruce did not. "We need the truth," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him over the rim of the tea. Yes, it was not the answer Harry expected that made him angrier. How long have you known he didn't die properly? The room went still. Dumbledore set the cup down with great care. I suspected after your second year. Hermione inhaled sharply. Ron said, the diary. Yes, Dumbledore said, the diary. Harry felt the old memory rise. Ginny pale and still on the chamber floor, Tom Riddle stepping out of memory with Harry's wand in hand, smiling with Harry's own death already arranged in his mind, a boy made of ink and murder. A 16-year-old ghost more alive than he had any right to be. You knew what it was. I knew it was more than a memory, more than a cursed object. I suspected it contained a portion of Voldemort's soul. The words landed like ice. Sirius pushed off the wall. And you did not think to mention that? Dumbledore's gaze did not leave Harry. I lacked proof of the full extent. Bruce spoke for the first time. What was the risk of disclosure? Dumbledore turned to him. The two men had met only once before, briefly and politely, in the way storms might meet across a horizon. Dumbledore represented power refined into patience, a wizard so formidable that rooms bent toward him without knowing they had done it. Bruce represented no magic at all and still somehow made the room feel measured against another law. Panic, Dumbledore said. Misuse of knowledge, the possibility that Voldemort might learn how much we knew. Bruce's expression did not change. And the cost of silence? Dumbledore's eyes flickered. Harry answered before he could. Us walking blind. No one softened that for him. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Yes, Harry hated the honesty because it gave him nothing clean to strike. What is a Horcrux? Hermione asked, voice tight. Dumbledore hesitated. Hermione's quill stopped moving. Do not make me ask twice, Professor, she said. Ron looked at her with terrified admiration. Dumbledore inclined his head. A Horcrux is an object in which a dark wizard has concealed a fragment of his soul. The soul must first be split by murder. The fragment anchors the creator to life, preventing true death while it remains intact. Alfred's hand stilled over the teapot. Sirius whispered something foul. Neville, who had come in quietly during the conversation, went pale. Harry looked at the riddle wall. So the diary was one. Yes. And Voldemort made more. Dumbledore's silence answered. How many? Bruce asked. I do not know. Harry did not believe that, not fully. But you have a theory. Dumbledore looked at him then, and Harry saw the grief behind the half-moon spectacles. 7, the headmaster said. The number passed through the room like a cold wind. 7 pieces, Ron said, of his soul. 7 was magically significant to Tom, Dumbledore said. He valued symbolism, completion, superiority through ritual. Bruce's gaze moved to the wall marked riddle, identity architecture. Dumbledore looked at him. Pardon, he did not just hide pieces of himself, Bruce said. He curated them. Harry felt something inside his mind click. Curated, that was the word. He moved to the wall and pulled down the photograph of Tom Riddle from the Hogwarts records Hermione had obtained with what she called aggressive library ethics. Handsome, dark-haired, controlled, a boy built out of charm and contempt. He wouldn't use random objects, Harry said. Dumbledore watched him carefully. The diary wasn't random. It proved he was the heir of Slytherin. It was meant to reopen the chamber. It was a weapon and a trophy. Hermione stood, quill racing now. So each Horcrux may be tied to his self-image. Not may, Bruce said. Would. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. Harry turned to the map. Voldemort hates being Tom Riddle, half-blood, orphan, muggle father, poor, unwanted, so he builds himself out of things that deny that. Ron frowned. Like pure-blood stuff, older than pure blood, Hermione said, catching on. Founders. Ancient objects, symbols that make him feel inevitable. Harry touched the diary photograph. Slytherin, Dumbledore's face was unreadable. What else? Bruce asked. Harry felt the room narrow into the case, not a duel, not a prophecy, a pattern. He'd want lineage. Proof he came from somewhere magical. The Gaunts, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry looked at him. Dumbledore drew a small box from within his robes and placed it on the table. No one moved. Bruce did, not toward the box. Away from it, one hand lifting slightly in warning. Do not touch. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with something like approval. Wise. He opened the box with his wand. Inside lay a ring. It was ugly, heavy, and old. A cracked black stone sat at its center, marked with a symbol Harry did not recognize. The moment the box opened, the room seemed to lean toward it. Not with sound, with wanting, Harry's scar prickled. He stepped back. Sirius swore. "That thing is cursed. Deeply," Dumbledore said. "I recovered it from the Gaunt Shack 3 nights ago." Harry's eyes snapped to his hand. For the first time he noticed the glove. Dumbledore's right hand was hidden beneath dark cloth. He had moved it little since entering. "What happened?" Harry asked. Dumbledore's smile was small and without joy. "I made an old man's mistake." Bruce's voice went cold. "You touched it." "I did." "Why?" Dumbledore looked at the ring, but his eyes were far away. "Because for one moment I forgot the difference between knowledge and longing." No one asked what he had seen in that cursed stone. Harry thought of the mirror in his first year, his parents smiling at him from impossible glass, and understood enough. "How bad?" Bruce asked. Dumbledore removed the glove. Hermione gasped. The hand was blackened, not like burned flesh exactly, but like something dead had begun at the fingertips and was slowly remembering the rest of the body. It was not gory. It was worse because it looked almost calm. "Contained," Dumbledore said. "For now." "For now is not a medical category," Alfred said sharply. Dumbledore turned to him with mild surprise. Alfred's expression could have made Death Eaters apologize to furniture. "Sit down." For perhaps the first time in recorded history, Albus Dumbledore obeyed a butler. Harry barely noticed. He was staring at the ring. Dumbledore had nearly died for a Horcrux already. The war had been a case before Harry knew the word, and the headmaster had tried to solve it alone. Bruce's warning returned. The mask creates a lie, that one person can carry the dark alone. Harry looked from Dumbledore's cursed hand to Bruce's healing ribs to Sirius's haunted face. All these men, he thought. All these brilliant, damaged men thinking isolation was strategy. "Destroyed?" Harry asked. "Not yet," Dumbledore said, "but I know how it may be done. Basilisk venom. Fiendfire, though that is far too dangerous. The sword of Gryffindor now imbued with basilisk venom from the chamber." Ron blinked. "The sword absorbs what makes it stronger." Dumbledore's mouth twitched. "Goblin made." Harry looked at the ring again. 2 found, 1 destroyed, 6. No, 5 if the ring went tonight. 7 pieces if Dumbledore was right, but did that include the soul still inside Voldemort? The math slid uneasily in Harry's mind. Murder did not make clean numbers. "What else?" Bruce asked. Dumbledore folded his damaged hand carefully beneath the table. "I have long suspected an object of Slytherin's beyond the diary, a locket once belonging to Salazar Slytherin." Hermione went still. Harry saw her face change. "What?" he asked. She was already digging through a stack of notes. "At Grimmauld Place, when we were cleaning." "There was a locket no one could open." Sirius frowned. "My family had hundreds of ugly heirlooms." "This one was heavy," Hermione said, "with an ornate S. We threw it in the rubbish sack." Sirius's face drained of color. "Creature," he whispered. "The name hung there." The house elf who muttered about blood traitors. The servant who had loved the Black family's worst ghosts more faithfully than he had ever loved the living. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Regulus." Sirius looked as if someone had struck him. "My brother," Harry turned. "What about him?" But Sirius was already moving toward the exit. They returned to Grimmauld Place with the ring sealed in 3 layers of protections. Bruce watching it as if it might grow legs, and Dumbledore looking older than he had before. Harry carried the sword of Gryffindor himself, wrapped in cloth, because the diary had been his first Horcrux even before he knew the word. It felt right that he should help end the second. The ring screamed when the sword struck it, not aloud, inside. A pressure burst through the room, cold and furious, and Harry saw flashes that were not memories. A boy in an orphanage staring at children as if they were insects. A young man touching old treasures with hungry hands. Voldemort's red eyes widening in a graveyard when Harry's wand pushed back. Then the black stone cracked. The pressure vanished. Dumbledore closed his eyes. 5, Harry said. No one corrected him. Creature denied everything. Then Sirius ordered him to tell the truth, and the old house elf folded like a creature whose loyalty had been waiting decades for someone to ask the right question. The story came out broken. Regulus black. A cave. Voldemort using creature to test protections around a basin full of potion. Regulus realizing what his master had made. Regulus returning with creature to steal the locket. Regulus drinking the potion himself. Regulus ordering creature to destroy the Horcrux. Creature failing for years. By the time the tale ended, Sirius was sitting on the kitchen floor. He had not meant to sit. His legs had simply stopped. Harry knelt beside him, not touching at first. Sirius stared at creature as if seeing not the bitter old elf but a door into a room of his childhood he had locked too early. He tried to stop him, Sirius whispered. Regulus tried. Creature covered his face with long fingers and rocked, making a small keening sound. For once, Hermione did not speak about elf rights or cruelty or ownership. She only moved closer and sat on the floor too, because grief had entered the room and needed witnesses more than arguments. "Where is it now?" Harry asked gently. Creature shuddered. "Stolen, taken by the thief, Fletcher. Creature tried, creature failed Master Regulus." Mundungus. Harry's hands curled. They found Fletcher by midnight, not because of magic. Because Bruce had placed quiet watchers on the routes Mundungus used after the Finch operation. Not to trap him, but to understand him. Fletcher went where shame could be sold cheaply. Back rooms, pawn counters, drinking dens, places where stolen silver and stolen secrets passed through the same hands. They cornered him behind a pub in Whitechapel. Sirius wanted to be first. Harry stopped him. "No, he stole my brothers. I know." "You don't." Harry looked at him. "That's why you can't be first." Sirius's face twisted. Then he stepped back. That was love too, Harry thought, not the dramatic kind. The harder kind where a man handed someone else his anger because he did not trust himself not to break the line with it. Mundungus tried to run. He made it 3 steps before Tonks tripped him with a neat flick of her wand. "I didn't know," he shouted before anyone asked. Moody growled. "Amazing how often guilty men start there." Harry crouched in front of Fletcher. "Who has the locket?" Fletcher's eyes darted from Harry to Sirius to the shadowed figure on the roofline above them. Bruce did not need the suit tonight. The silhouette was enough. "Ministry woman," Fletcher stammered. "Pink bow, toad face, took it off me when she caught me selling without license. Said she'd overlook it if she could have first pick." Harry felt the world narrow. Umbridge, of course. Cruelty disguised as correction, punishment wearing pink, a Horcrux sitting around the throat of a woman who already loved power enough to mistake it for virtue. They should have planned for 3 days. They had 3 hours. Umbridge was leaving London at dawn under ministry protection, bound for a secure hearing where she intended to testify that Harry, Dumbledore, and several unnamed vigilante influences were destabilizing the country. If she carried the locket into the ministry's deeper vaults, retrieval would become far more difficult. The operation was clean on paper: intercept convoy, isolate Umbridge, remove locket, no killing, minimal exposure, leave evidence of her illegal confiscations for Kingsley's trusted contacts. On paper, people did exactly what plans told them. Reality had other habits. They struck near a narrow bridge where roadworks slowed the ministry cars. Tonks disrupted the lead vehicle with a false mechanical failure. Kingsley diverted Muggle police. Remus placed a privacy charm. Bruce cut the rear tire spike strip mechanism manually because magic kept shorting the remote trigger. Harry entered through the side under cover of smoke and a shield charm. Umbridge was inside the second car. She wore the locket openly. The ornate S rested against her pink cardigan like a poisonous joke. Her eyes widened when she saw Harry, then she smiled. "Mr. Potter," she said, voice sweet as spoiled cream. "Still playing hero," the locket pulsed. Harry felt it at once. A cold whisper at the edge of thought. Anger is clean. "She deserves fear. Make her beg." Harry breathed. Umbridge lifted her wand. "I always said you were dangerous." Harry disarmed her fast. Clean, her wand flew into the footwell. She stared, shocked, then reached for the door handle. Harry cast a locking charm. "Take it off," he said. Her hand flew to the locket. "This is ministry property. It's evidence. It is mine." The locket pulsed again. For a second, Harry saw not Umbridge but every adult who had smiled while hurting him. Aunt Petunia's thin mouth, Vernon's purple rage, Snape's sneer, Fudge's denial. The committee at his hearing. Every person who had decided power made cruelty official. His wand hand tightened. Umbridge saw it, and because she was not stupid, only vicious, she leaned into the only weapon she understood. "You are exactly what we feared," she whispered. "An unstable boy with too much attention and not enough discipline. Your mother would be ashamed." The words struck before Harry could armor against them. Then she added softly, "Both your fathers too, I expect." The car seemed to vanish. Harry's wand lifted, not much, just enough. Umbridge's eyes flickered with triumph and fear. Outside, someone shouted. A curse struck the privacy charm. The convoy guards had reacted faster than expected. The locket burned cold against Umbridge's throat. "Do it," the whisper said. "Show her." Harry's breath broke. He thought of Bruce bleeding on concrete and shaking his head. He thought of James choosing a son before he was born. He thought of Lily standing between death and a crib. He thought of Sirius stepping back in the alley because he did not trust his anger. The line was not a rule written in calm ink. It was a door held shut while something inside you threw itself against it. Harry lowered his wand. Umbridge's smile faltered. "No," Harry said. He reached forward, not gently, and snapped the chain with a severing charm so precise Hermione would have been proud. The locket fell into his gloved hand. The whisper screamed. Harry nearly dropped it. The car door exploded inward. A masked man grabbed Umbridge by the shoulder and fired over Harry's head. Not Ministry. Death Eater. Hidden in the convoy or following it. The operation had overlapped with Voldemort's own attempt to seize the locket, and for one terrible second, Harry understood the cost of moving fast. The Death Eater dragged Umbridge out as a shield. Harry followed. The bridge had become chaos. Smoke, rain, shouting. Tonks dueling a ministry guard who did not know which side he should be on. Remus shielding two Muggle workers who had wandered too close. Bruce on the ground beside the rear car, one arm numb from a spell that had grazed him, still trying to cut a trapped driver free. Sirius fighting like fury given a wand. The Death Eater back toward the bridge edge with Umbridge in front of him. "Give me the locket, Potter," Harry aimed. Umbridge whimpered now, truly frightened, all her sweetness gone. The Death Eater's grip tightened around her throat. "I'll kill her." Harry's hand closed around the Horcrux. It wanted him angry. It wanted the easy calculation. Umbridge had hurt children. She had served power. She had worn a soul piece like jewelry and smiled. Let the Death Eater do it. One less monster. Keep the locket. Win. Harry looked at Bruce. Bruce was too far. Sirius was blocked. Dumbledore was not there. No one could decide for him. The line stood alone. Harry raised both hands. One held his wand. The other held the locket. "I won't give it to you," he said. The Death Eater smiled. Harry continued, "But I won't let you kill her either." He threw his wand, not at the man, at Umbridge. Her eyes widened as the wand spun toward her. Instinctively, desperately, she caught it against her chest. The Death Eater looked down for half a second. Half a second was a room if you had prepared for it. Harry yanked the cord at his belt. A flash smoke charge dropped between them and burst white. Tonks's stunning spell hit the Death Eater from the left. Sirius's binding curse caught Umbridge from the right, more tightly than necessary, but not fatally. Harry lunged and seized his wand from where Umbridge had dropped it in panic. Then the bridge shook, not from the fight, from the curse beneath it. The Death Eater on the ground laughed through broken breath. Too late! The explosives were magical, set under the old stone arch. Not enough to destroy the bridge completely, enough to drop the center. Enough to kill everyone standing in the wrong place and make the papers blame Harry Potter's vigilantes by morning. Harry saw the pattern too late. The objective had never only been the locket. It had been narrative, make Harry look like the danger, make fear travel back in the proper direction. "Move," Bruce shouted. The bridge broke. The next seconds were water, stone, screams, and spells. Remus dragged the Muggle workers clear. Tonks caught Umbridge with a levitation charm so violent she would complain for years if she lived long enough. Kingsley shielded the road. Sirius reached for Harry and missed as the stone beneath Harry's feet dropped away. Harry fell. Then a line snapped tight around his waist. Bruce had fired it from the damaged rear car, one hand braced against the door, face white with pain. Not magic, not enough to save everyone. Just one prepared line in the right place at the right second. Harry slammed into the side of the broken bridge hard enough to see stars. The locket stayed in his fist. Above, a ministry guard Harry did not know lost his footing on the far side. He hung for one desperate moment from the broken edge, wand gone, fingers slipping. Harry looked up. No one else could reach him. The locket whispered, "Let him fall. Save the Horcrux. Save the mission." Harry gritted his teeth. "Pull me up," he shouted. Bruce pulled. Sirius pulled Bruce. Harry rose just enough to swing toward the guard and catch his sleeve. The man stared at him, terrified. "Potter!" "Climb!" The sleeve tore. Harry grabbed his wrist instead. For 3 seconds, the whole war became grip. Then Remus's spell caught them both and hauled them onto solid ground. The guard collapsed, shaking. Harry lay on his back in the rain, locket burning in his hand, and laughed once because he had not died and did not know what else to do. Then he saw the body, not Umbridge, not the Death Eater, not Sirius or Remus or Bruce. A Muggle driver from the convoy's rear car, the one Bruce had been trying to free. He had not made it out before the bridge cracked. The laughter died in Harry's throat. Bruce knelt beside the wreckage, one hand against the twisted door, head bowed. Alfred would later say there was nothing anyone could have done. Kingsley would confirm the timing. Remus would repeat that Harry had saved 3 lives on the bridge. Hermione would hold his hand so tightly it hurt. Ron would sit beside him in silence because Ron understood that some grief did not want words placed on it too soon. None of it changed the fact they had recovered the locket. A man had died. That was the cost of the case, not because Harry had killed him, not because they had chosen wrong at every turn, but because war made even correct choices bleed. Back at Grimmauld Place, the locket took 3 people to destroy. Harry held it down with gloved hands while it whispered in his mother's voice. Sirius drove the sword through it while it showed him Regulus dying alone. Kreacher stood in the doorway and wept when the Horcrux broke. The scream shattered every glass in the kitchen. 4, Harry thought. Diary, ring, locket. 4 left if Voldemort's living soul counted. Or 3 objects and the man, but the number did not feel right, not yet. Afterward, Harry sat alone in the field unit staring at the wall. Riddle, the case had changed. The Horcruxes were not merely anchors, they were autobiography. Voldemort had written himself into trophies. School triumph, bloodline, founder relic, noble theft, conquered death. If Harry could read the story, he could find the remaining pages. Bruce entered quietly. His arm was in a sling from the bridge. His face looked carved from exhaustion. Harry did not turn. A man died. Yes. We got the locket. Yes. It doesn't balance. No. Harry closed his eyes. The honesty hurt, but it held. Bruce sat beside him. For a long time they said nothing. Then Harry stood and walked to the wall. He took the chalk and wrote beneath Riddle. He does not hide. Bruce watched. Harry continued writing. He displays what he wants to be under that. Slytherin, done. Bloodline, done. Then Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor. Ron had joked once that Voldemort would never touch anything Gryffindor because bravery would give him a rash. But Harry saw it now. Voldemort did not collect what he admired. He collected what he could dominate. Dumbledore's voice came from the doorway. Gryffindor's sword was never in his possession. Harry turned. The headmaster stood there, damaged hand hidden once more, face grave. But Hufflepuff had a cup, Hermione said behind him, arriving with books clutched to her chest as if summoned by historical relevance. Hepzibah Smith owned it. She also owned Slytherin's locket before it vanished. Harry stared at her. Hermione's eyes were bright and horrified. Tom Riddle worked for Borgin and Burke's. He visited her before she died. Cup, Harry said, writing it down. Dumbledore nodded. Likely. And Ravenclaw? Bruce asked. Silence. Harry looked at the empty place on the wall. Voldemort had gone to Hogwarts. Loved it, in the way possessive people loved things that made them feel chosen. He would not leave Ravenclaw out if he could help it. What did Ravenclaw leave behind? Harry asked. Lost diadem, Hermione said at once. Supposedly vanished centuries ago. Ron appeared behind her. A lost thing sounds hard to hide in. Harry turned slowly, lost. Hidden, found by someone who believed he alone was clever enough. Where did a boy hide something at Hogwarts if he thought no one else could ever find it? The answer did not arrive fully, but its shadow did. Harry wrote diadem, then he stopped. The chalk hovered in his hand. There was still something wrong with the count, diary, ring, locket, cup, diadem, Voldemort himself. 6. If Dumbledore was right about 7 pieces, one was missing. Or not missing. Harry felt his scar prickle, not with pain, with attention. He looked at Bruce. Bruce had gone very still. What? Hermione asked. Harry touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Voldemort's curse had rebounded. A piece of power had marked him. He had seen through Voldemort's snake, felt his anger, dreamed his thoughts, shared something no one had explained well enough because perhaps no one wanted to look too closely. Dumbledore's face had changed. That was answer enough. No, Sirius said from the doorway. No one had heard him arrive. His face was white. No, Harry looked at Dumbledore. You knew! The headmaster's silence was the cruelest answer he had ever given. Harry felt the room tilt, then steady. A Horcrux was murder hidden inside an object, but Harry was not an object. He was Lily's son, James's choice, Bruce's blood, Sirius's godson, Ron and Hermione's friend. A boy who had escaped cupboards, fought monsters, built files, made mistakes, saved enemies, and held a line even when anger begged him not to. Voldemort had left something in him. That did not make Harry his. Bruce stood, slowly because of the sling. Completely because some moments demanded it. No, Bruce said. Dumbledore looked at him. Bruce's voice was low and dangerous. A child is not a container. Dumbledore's eyes closed in pain. No! Harry stared at the wall. The case had given them everything. The war was nearly lost, or nearly won. Because if Voldemort had truly hidden a piece of himself inside Harry by accident, then his greatest secret had been walking toward him for 15 years, learning not to be afraid. Harry picked up the chalk again. Under the list, he wrote one final line, Scar. Then, after a moment, he added, not his. The room remained silent. Outside, somewhere beyond the hidden walls, London moved toward morning, unaware that a boy had just discovered he was part crime scene, part key, and still entirely himself. Harry looked at the board. The case was almost solved. Now they had to survive the answer. The worst part was that success sounded like victory. That was what Harry would remember later, not the danger, not the curses, not the way the old stone corridors of Gringotts seemed to breathe cold suspicion around them. Not even the moment Hermione's hand shook so badly she nearly dropped the false identification papers Bruce had spent 3 nights building, and Bill Weasley had spent another 2 making magically plausible. What Harry remembered was the sound, the crack of goblin locks opening, the hiss of old protective charms unraveling, the sharp, final scream of Hufflepuff's cup when the sword of Gryffindor pierced it in the cellar beneath Shell Cottage. It sounded like winning. It was not. The cup sat on the stone floor afterward, split down the center, its golden sides blackened from within. For a moment no one moved. Ron stood with the sword still in both hands, pale and breathing hard. Hermione had one hand pressed to her mouth. Bill Weasley leaned against the wall, blood trickling from a cut above his eyebrow, expression grim. Fleur held a wand on the sealed door, beautiful and terrible and absolutely steady. Bruce watched the ruined cup as if it might still have a knife hidden inside it. Harry listened. There was no voice from the cup now. No whisper of old kitchens, stolen treasures, or a smiling young Tom Riddle charming an old woman before murder. No cold pressure trying to make them doubt one another. Just silence. Another anchor gone, another piece of Voldemort's soul destroyed. Harry should have felt lighter. Instead, he felt the case closing around him. 3, Ron said quietly. No one asked what he meant. Diary, ring, locket, cup, the diadem if their deduction was right, the snake if Voldemort kept it close, the scar. Harry's hand rose before he could stop it and touched the lightning mark on his forehead. Hermione saw. She always saw. "Harry," she whispered, "I'm fine." It was the easiest lie in the world because everyone knew it was a lie and no one had the strength to challenge it. Bruce did not look at the scar. That was almost worse. Since the night they had written "scar" beneath the list on the field unit wall, Bruce had become quieter, not colder, quieter. His questions sharpened. His plans gained layers inside layers. He slept less, which was impressive in the worst way because Alfred claimed Bruce had already treated sleep as a personal insult for years. He reviewed every known case of soul damage, possession, magical parasitism, blood protection, and cursed scars that Hermione and Dumbledore could find. He did not say the obvious, that if Harry carried a fragment of Voldemort's soul, then destroying the Horcruxes might eventually require destroying that fragment too, and the fragment lived in Harry. Dumbledore had not said it plainly either. The old man looked at Harry with sorrow so vast it almost became another form of silence. Harry had stopped asking him direct questions for 3 days because he was afraid of which answer would finally come. Bruce, at least, did not hide behind gentleness. He hid behind work that Harry understood. "The cup confirms the profile," Bruce said, voice low. "Founder object, stolen from Hepzibah Smith, stored with a loyal family whose identity reinforced his chosen mythology." "Lestrange vault," Bill said bitterly. "Old blood, old gold, old arrogance." Ron looked at the sword in his hands. "And a lot of things that tried to burn, stab, duplicate, or crush us." "Security worked," Bruce said. Ron stared. "You call that working?" "It delayed intruders, forced errors, and escalated consequences. That's security. It nearly made 12 copies of my left shoe and tried to strangle me with them." Effective security. Despite everything, Hermione made a sound that was almost a laugh. Harry appreciated it more than he could say. The Gringotts' operation had not been clean, but it had been theirs. Not luck. Not prophecy, not blind courage. A case. Harry had profiled Voldemort. Hermione had traced ownership histories. Bill had identified vault access patterns. Bruce had mapped response times and built false trails through Muggle financial shells that confused several pureblood accountants into reporting suspicious activity against one another. Ron had noticed that goblin guards changed patrol rhythm whenever dragons were fed below, because Ron noticed practical things when no one expected him to. Fleur had secured the exit route with a charm so elegant even Bill stared. No single genius had solved it. That mattered. The mask's lie was loneliness. They were learning to refuse it, but success had a cost. Voldemort felt the cup die. Harry knew it before Dumbledore confirmed it. The scar burned hot enough to drive him to one knee, and for one instant he saw through red eyes into a dark room where a long white hand crushed the arm of a chair. Not fear, not yet. Fury. Then, beneath it, a flash of something Voldemort buried too quickly. Recognition, he knew. Or at least he knew enough. The war changed that night. Death Eaters stopped raiding broadly and began searching specifically. Safe houses burned empty because the Order had learned to move before the strike, but each empty house became a message. Voldemort was no longer merely trying to control Britain. He was hunting the investigation itself. 3 informants vanished. 2 Ministry allies fled. A family under Order protection was found before extraction, and saved only because Neville's fear drills had taught their 11-year-old daughter to breathe long enough to activate the emergency mirror. That little girl survived. Harry wrote her name in the notebook because survival deserved records too. The diadem came next, not through Dumbledore, not through legend, through a memory Harry had almost ignored. The Room of Requirement had always seemed like Hogwarts itself taking pity on desperate children. A room for training, a room for hiding, a room for need. But Harry had once seen another version of it without understanding what he was seeing. A vast cathedral of lost things, towers of broken furniture, cracked bottles, old books, rusted armor, and objects hidden by generations of students who believed secrecy ended when they graduated. A place to hide things, a place where a boy like Tom Riddle, clever and arrogant, might believe no one else had ever truly looked. They entered Hogwarts on a night without moonlight. Neville led them in through a passage behind a tapestry that had once tried to bite him and now apparently respected his growth as a person. Ginny came too, because anyone foolish enough to tell Ginny Weasley no had already lost the argument. Luna Lovegood met them near the 7th floor corridor wearing radish earrings and carrying a lantern that glowed blue. "Hello, Harry," she said softly. "The castle is nervous." Ron looked at the walls. "Can it do that?" Luna considered. "Most homes can. Hogwarts is just less polite about hiding it." Bruce, wearing dark muggle clothes beneath a disillusionment charm Hermione had adapted around him, looked at the corridor with wary fascination. "Sentient architecture," Hermione whispered. "Please do not start." They found the room after Harry paced 3 times, thinking not of training now but of secrets. "I need the place where hidden things go." The door appeared. Inside, the air smelled of dust, old paper, dry wood, and centuries of teenage bad decisions. Mountains of objects stretched into shadow. Chairs stacked on cabinets, books with teeth, brooms with snapped handles, a chipped bust wearing a dusty wig and on top of it a tarnished tiara, Ravenclaw's lost diadem. It sat in plain sight because arrogance was another kind of blindness. Harry stared at it. "That's it," Ron whispered. "Just sitting there, hidden in a room full of everything anyone ever hid," Hermione said. "That is actually horrible." Bruce did not move closer. "Scan first." Magic did not like being scanned by Muggle devices. The compact sensor in Bruce's hand flickered, crackled, and displayed 3 different warnings, 2 of which contradicted each other. He grimaced. "Assume hostile." "Always cheerful," Ginny muttered. They did not touch the diadem directly. Hermione levitated it into a warded box. Luna sang something under her breath that made the air feel clearer, though she insisted afterward it was not a spell, only a suggestion. Neville stood guard at the door, wand steady despite the sweat on his brow. They should have left then, but Tom Riddle had always loved delayed punishments. The moment the box closed, fire bloomed among the lost things. Not ordinary fire, cursed fire. It came alive with animal shapes. Serpents and wolves and winged things formed from flame, devouring old desks and broken wardrobes as it raced through the mountains of hidden objects. "Fiendfire." Hermione shouted. The word itself sounded terrified. The room became heat and screaming wood. Harry did not know who had triggered it. A trap left by Voldemort. A defensive curse tied to the diadem. Some old dark object awakened in the chaos. It did not matter. Explanations could come later if anyone survived. "Exit," Bruce barked. The door was gone. Of course it was. Hogwarts had given them a room for hidden things. Now everything wanted to remain hidden forever. Ron grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her away from a falling tower of furniture. Ginny blasted a path through burning debris, face lit orange and fierce. Neville's shield charm held against a wave of heat for 2 seconds longer than anyone expected, which was long enough for Luna to duck beneath it with the box clutched to her chest. Bruce climbed. Harry had seen him fight in rooms built for him. This was not one. Magic outclassed him here completely. No floor plan held. No tool could command cursed fire. No preparation made flames obey, so Bruce did what he could. He climbed a leaning mountain of desks and threw a line across a gap, so Ginny and Neville could cross when the floor became a river of fire. He used a cutting tool to free Ron's sleeve when it snagged on a burning cabinet. He shoved Hermione out of the path of a collapsing wardrobe and took the blow across his shoulder with a sound that made Harry's stomach drop. He won no room that night. He saved seconds. Sometimes seconds were the room. Harry saw the door before anyone else, not because it appeared. Because he needed it differently, not the way out, the way back to the corridor where my friends are alive. A silver line formed between 2 burning shelves. "There!" Harry shouted. They ran. The fiendfire followed like a beast denied prey. Everyone made it through, barely. The door slammed behind them, and the corridor went silent except for coughing, ragged breathing, and the distant sound of Hogwarts pretending nothing unusual had happened. Luna still held the box. Her eyebrows were singed. "I think the room is embarrassed," she said. Ron sat down hard against the wall. "The room can apologize in writing." The diadem died before dawn. Harry drove the sword through it himself while Hermione and Dumbledore held containment wards and Bruce watched the doors. The scream was different this time. Higher, sharper, proud until the instant it broke. When it ended, Harry felt Voldemort's mind brush his own like a blade through curtains. There was no vision this time, only a wordless howl. Then the connection slammed shut. To Snake, Scar Man. The next day, Voldemort stopped hiding his anger. The Dark Mark appeared over 3 towns in one night. The Ministry, already half-rotted from within, cracked under the pressure. Official statements blamed anti-government vigilantes for instability, but people had begun to notice that the families who followed Harry's evacuation instructions lived, and those who trusted the Ministry often vanished. Fear was still moving through Britain, but now it split in 2 directions. Some feared Voldemort. Some feared being on the wrong side when the shadow found them. Harry hated how useful that was. He hated even more that a part of him understood why Bruce had warned him about enjoying it. Then came the message. It arrived in the mouth of a silver doe. The Patroness stepped through the kitchen wall at Grimmauld Place just after midnight, graceful and glowing, and the room went silent at once. Dumbledore rose. Sirius reached for his wand. Bruce's hand moved toward the nearest non-magical weapon, which happened to be a teacup Alfred had just placed down, and Alfred looked personally offended by the tactical choice. The doe lowered its head. A voice spoke from it, not Snape's voice, a woman's. "Narcissa Malfoy, Potter," the Patroness said, and the voice shook beneath its practiced elegance. "The Dark Lord knows you have destroyed more than one anchor. He has brought the snake to Malfoy Manor and keeps it shielded. My son is not safe. None of us are. If you want the serpent, come before dawn." The doe dissolved. No one breathed. Ron spoke first. "Trap." "Obviously," Moody growled from the flue, where his head hovered in green flame because he had refused to come in person to any headquarters Bruce had helped design without checking it for explosives twice. Hermione looked at Harry. "It could still be true." "That's why it's good bait," Bruce said. Sirius shook his head. "We are not walking into Malfoy Manor because Narcissa Malfoy suddenly discovered a conscience." Harry stared at the place where the Patroness had vanished. Draco Malfoy's pale face rose in his memory, sneering in corridors. Shaking on the astronomy tower in a future that had not happened yet here, but seemed to haunt the edges of possibility. A boy raised to worship power until power entered his home and put its feet on the furniture. "Narcissa isn't asking us to save the world," Harry said. "She's asking us to save Draco." Sirius's expression hardened. "And that makes her honest. It makes her predictable." Bruce looked at him. Harry continued, the case assembling even as dread tightened his stomach. "Voldemort values loyalty only while it serves him. The Malfoys have failed him before. If he brought Nagini to the manor, it's because he wants us to come or because he thinks no one there has the courage to betray him. Maybe both." "Then we do not go," Remus said quietly. Harry looked at him. Remus rarely said no. That made the word heavier. "You know it is a trap," Remus said. "You know he wants you angry. You know he has begun targeting your methods, not only your body." "Yes, and still," Harry thought of the snake. Nagini was not just a creature. She was a Horcrux, a weapon, a witness, a living anchor tied to Voldemort's fear of death. If she truly came within reach and they refused even to look, the case might stall until Voldemort adapted again. But Remus was right. Voldemort wanted something, not just Harry's death, something worse. Bruce said, "We don't enter the manor." Sirius's shoulders lowered half an inch. Bruce pointed to the map. "We confirm whether the snake is there. We extract intelligence. We prepare the manor as a future battlefield if necessary. We do not engage Voldemort on ground he chose." Harry nodded slowly. Always 2 contingencies. By 3 in the morning, they had a plan that satisfied no one, which was usually proof it belonged to reality. Harry would not enter. Bruce would not enter. A remote magical sensor designed by Hermione and Bill. carried by Creature through elf magic that the manor wards might ignore, would confirm Nagini's presence. Creature agreed because Harry asked him in Regulus's name, and because the old elf had begun to understand that destroying Voldemort's soul was the last service he could do his dead master. Sirius hated that part. Creature went anyway. He returned 26 minutes later with his ears trembling. "Snake is there," he whispered. "Dark Lord is not. Mistress Malfoy cries. Young Master Draco bleeds from punishment but lives. Lestrange woman laughs. Many masks, many wards. Trap for Harry Potter. Trap inside trap." Harry's hand closed around his wand, Bruce noticed. "What else?" Bruce asked. Creature swallowed. "They has prisoners." The room went cold. "Who?" Hermione asked. "Ollivander Wandmaker, Lovegood Girl's father, others, and—" Creature looked at Harry. "And Dobby," he whispered. For a moment the name did not fit into the room. Dobby had been free for years. Strange, loyal, brave Dobby, who appeared with socks and warnings and a love so fierce it could ignore every law wizards wrote for house elves. Dobby, who had once tried to save Harry by nearly getting him killed because Dobby's plans were heartfelt disasters. Dobby, who had sent Christmas cards with moving socks on them. Harry felt something inside him go still. "Why?" he asked. Creature's voice broke. "Because Dobby helps Harry Potter, because Lestrange woman knows." Sirius said no. But Harry was already looking at Bruce. Bruce's face had changed. Not much. Most would not see it. Harry did. The line had appeared between them like a drawn blade. Objective: rescue prisoners. Lines: no killing. Exits: not enough. Bruce saw the same problem. Voldemort had shaped the trap correctly this time. Not around Harry's pride. Not around the Order's guilt. Around love. Around the one thing Harry could not file, map, or detach from. "You said we don't enter," Sirius said. Harry's voice was very quiet. "That was before Dobby." "Harry, that was before prisoners. You know what he wants." "Yes, he wants you there." "Yes." Bruce said nothing. That frightened Harry more than argument, because Bruce understood. The manor was not a mission. It was a knife held against the line. They entered Malfoy Manor before dawn, not through the front, not through any route Voldemort had prepared for a heroic rescue. Hermione built a false magical signature around an old black family heirloom. Sirius used it to trigger wards on the east wing while no one stood there. Bill collapsed one outer detection net from half a mile away. Creature and Dobby's old knowledge of house elf passages gave them a servant's route beneath the kitchens. Bruce, despite Sirius's furious objection, came because he could fit through the muggle-built drainage crawlspace where wizards had never thought to ward. Harry wore the cowl. Not because he wanted to frighten prisoners. Because Death Eaters expected Harry Potter to arrive angry and visible. The shadow could move differently. For 18 minutes, the plan worked. They freed Ollivander first, then Mr. Lovegood, then 2 Muggle-born families held in the cellar. Hermione kept the silencing charm steady. Ron carried a child who had stopped crying from fear and only stared. Luna, found in a locked upper room, smiled at Harry through bruised exhaustion and said, "I knew the dark had friends." Then Bellatrix Lestrange applauded from the stairs. "Pretty," she sang. "Very pretty." The room froze. She stood in a black dress, wand loose in one hand, hair wild around her sharp face. Behind her, 4 Death Eaters held wands on the prisoners. Lucius Malfoy stood at the landing, pale and hollow-eyed. Narcissa stood beside him, one hand gripping Draco's shoulder. Draco looked ill, a cut on his lip, eyes fixed on Harry's masked face with dawning horror. Nagini coiled at Bellatrix's feet inside a shimmering protective sphere. "So the little bat came," Bellatrix said. Bruce went still in the shadows behind a pillar. Bellatrix's smile widened. "And brought the other one." A curtain fell from the ceiling, not fabric. A ward. It slammed between the rescue team and the exit, bright and silver and humming with old Malfoy magic twisted by Voldemort's hand. Hermione struck it with a counterspell. The spell rebounded and threw her back into Ron. "Trap inside trap," Harry whispered. Bellatrix laughed. The floor opened beneath Bruce. Not completely, just enough. A binding chain, conjured and cursed, snapped around his ankle and dragged him into the open. He hit the marble hard but rolled, cutting the chain with a tool from his gauntlet. A Death Eater fired. Bruce moved, but the spell caught his shoulder and spun him into the wall. "Bruce!" Harry shouted. Bellatrix's eyes lit. "There," she breathed. "There is the boy." Harry realized too late that the cowl had failed not because they found his face, but because they found his fear. A door opened at the far side of the hall. Voldemort was not there, but his voice was. It came from Nagini's protective sphere, soft and high and amused, carrying through the manor as if the walls themselves had learned to speak him. "Harry." Every prisoner flinched. The Death Eater straightened. Harry stood very still. The scar burned. "I wondered which mask you would bring." Voldemort said. "The famous boy, the little detective, the shadow pretending he does not enjoy the terror he creates." Harry said nothing. Bruce pushed himself to one knee. Voldemort's voice turned almost tender. "Do you see it now? You and I are not so different. We both learned young that fear governs men. We both learned names or costumes. We both remade ourselves so the world would tremble." "No," Harry said. Bellatrix's wand flicked. Sirius cried out as a curse struck him across the chest and threw him against the wall. Harry's control cracked. Only cracked, but Voldemort heard it. "Oh yes," the voice whispered. "There he is." Sirius tried to rise, failed. Harry lifted his wand. Bruce saw, even injured, even half-collapsed, he saw. "Harry," he warned. Bellatrix danced down one step, delighted. "Do it! Come on, little hero! Show us what the line is worth when the people you love scream." She flicked her wand again, this time toward the prisoners. A child cried out. Harry moved before thought, not to kill, to stop. Stunners flashed. Death Eaters fired. The hall exploded into motion. Ron shielded the prisoners. Hermione, face bloodless but determined, attacked the ward again from a different angle. Luna helped Mr. Ollivander crawl behind a fallen table. Remus appeared in the fireplace in a burst of blue flame because the second contingency had always been outside the manor. Tonks followed, then Kingsley. For 30 seconds, the rescue became a battle. Harry fought Bellatrix. He did not outduel her, that mattered. Bellatrix was older, faster, viciously skilled, and utterly at home in chaos. She laughed as she drove him back, her curses cutting marble, shattering glass, slicing the edge of his cloak. Harry survived by refusing the shape of her fight. He did not chase, did not rage-cast, did not answer cruelty with bigger cruelty. Shield, move, break angle, use smoke, use pillars. Force her wand line toward empty space, make her step where she did not want to step. But she was still Bellatrix Lestrange. One curse slipped through. Pain tore across Harry's side and dropped him to one knee. Bellatrix raised her wand. Bruce struck her from the side, not magically, not cleanly. He hit her wand arm with a thrown blade designed to cut ropes, not flesh. It knocked her aim wide. The curse hit the chandelier above. Crystal rained down. Bellatrix turned on him with a snarl. "You!" Bruce stood between her and Harry, one shoulder hanging wrong, breath controlled through pain. "No wand," she said, delighted. "No magic, just a man in the dark." Bruce said nothing. She attacked. He should have died. If she had fought like a disciplined duelist, he might have, but Bellatrix loved fear too much. She wanted him to flinch, wanted him to understand helplessness. Wanted performance. Bruce gave her none. He moved inside her wand line once, struck her wrist, took a curse across the armor that drove him back but did not drop him. He threw smoke at her feet. She banished it. He used the half-second of her spell to close again. She laughed and slashed with a cutting curse that scored the wall beside his head. Then she made the mistake Voldemort never would. She looked at Harry to see if he was afraid. Bruce disarmed her by hand. Her wand skittered across the marble. For one heartbeat, the hall froze around them. Bellatrix Lestrange, wandless. Bruce Wayne, bleeding, standing close enough to end the fight in the most direct way possible. His hand closed around her throat and drove her back against the wall, not hard enough to kill. Hard enough that everyone saw the possibility. Bellatrix saw it too. Her smile widened, though her eyes flickered. "There," she whispered. "There you are." Harry forced himself upright. Bruce did not move. Bellatrix's voice rasped, delighted and cruel. "What line, Muggle? What pretty rule? I killed children for my master. I broke families." I would do it again. I would do it to him. Her eyes slid to Harry. Bruce's grip tightened. "Bruce," Harry said again. Voldemort's voice filled the hall like poison. "Let him. Let the father teach the son the truth." Harry understood then, not the trap, the lesson. Voldemort did not need Bruce dead. He did not even need Harry dead in that moment. He needed the line broken by the man who had given it. He needed Harry to see that every creed failed under enough pressure, that no kill was only a luxury of people who had not yet been hurt correctly. If Bruce killed Bellatrix, Voldemort won something, not the war, something deeper. The mirror. Harry crossed the hall with his side burning and his wand low. He did not aim at Bruce. He did not aim at Bellatrix. He placed his hand on Bruce's arm. "You don't have to be stronger than the thing in the dark," Harry whispered. Bruce's eyes stayed on Bellatrix. Harry's voice shook. "That was all right. You just have to not run." For one terrible second, nothing changed. Then Bruce released her. Bellatrix sucked in air and laughed. Harry stunned her before the laugh could finish. Clean, center mass. Non-lethal. She fell. The hall erupted again. Nagini struck the inside of the protective sphere, hissing furiously. Narcissa screamed something Harry could not hear. Draco shoved his mother back from a stray curse. Lucius stood frozen, wand shaking in his hand, and in that instant Harry saw the truth of the Malfoys. They were not loyal. They were trapped by their own cowardice. Harry made a choice. "Draco," he shouted. Draco looked at him. Harry threw him Bellatrix's wand. The entire hall seemed to gasp. Draco caught it. His father stared. Narcissa stopped breathing. Voldemort's voice went soft. "Careful, Draco." Draco's hand shook so badly the wand tip sparked. Harry held his gaze. "Choose." It was not forgiveness. It was not trust. It was a door. Draco Malfoy looked at the prisoners. At his mother. At Nagini. At Bellatrix unconscious on the floor. At Voldemort's sphere speaking with a monster's voice. Then he turned and fired at the ward blocking the exit. Not a powerful spell, not elegant, but from inside the Malfoy family magic with a Malfoy wand, aimed by a Malfoy heir. The ward cracked. Hermione seized the opening and tore it wider. "Go!" she shouted. The prisoners ran. Creature appeared with a crack and pulled 2 children away. Ron dragged Ollivander. Luna guided her father. Tonks shielded the stairs. Kingsley bound Lucius before he could decide whether cowardice still required performance. Harry turned toward Nagini. The sphere was already moving. Voldemort had prepared for failure too. The protective globe sank into the floor, snake coiling inside it, red eyes fixed on Harry until stone swallowed her. Harry fired a curse. Too late, the snake vanished. The Horcrux remained. For one breath, despair opened beneath him. Then Dobby appeared. The little elf stood in the center of the hall, ears shaking, enormous eyes bright with terror and pride. "Harry Potter must go now." Harry turned. "Dobby!" A knife flew from the floor. Bellatrix, half-conscious, smiling through pain, had thrown it with the last of her strength. Harry saw it too late. Bruce moved too late. Dobby snapped his fingers. The world folded. They landed on wet sand outside Shell Cottage. For a moment, there was only sea wind, gasping prisoners, and the distant crash of waves. Then Dobby made a small sound. Harry caught him as he fell. The knife had struck, not graphically. Not with horror for horror's sake, just enough, too much. Dobby looked up at him, eyes wide and shining. "Dobby saved Harry Potter's family," he whispered. Harry's breath stopped. Ron fell to his knees beside them. Hermione covered her mouth. Luna began to cry silently. Bruce stood a few feet away, face empty in the way faces became when pain was too large to show. Harry pressed both hands against the wound, though he knew, from the way Dobby's tiny fingers curled around his sleeve, that he was holding seconds, not life. "You did," Harry said, and his voice broke. "You saved us. Dobby is a free elf." "Yes," Dobby smiled. The smile stayed when he went still. Something in Harry broke open, not loudly. That would have been easier. He bowed over Dobby's small body and felt the world narrow to one simple, burning truth. Bellatrix had done it. Bellatrix was alive. Bellatrix was bound, perhaps, or escaped, or lying stunned in Malfoy Manor. It did not matter. She existed. She breathed. She laughed. She had killed and would kill again if allowed. Harry's wand was in his hand before he remembered taking it. Bruce's voice came from behind him. "Harry!" Harry stood. Ron rose too, alarmed. "Mate!" "She killed him," Harry said. No one answered, because no one could deny it. "She killed him," he repeated. His magic moved around him, not strong enough to shake the earth, not special, not beyond canon or blood or training, just a grieving boy's magic, raw and furious, making the wet sand tremble around his shoes. Sirius, injured but alive, stepped forward slowly. "Harry! Don't!" The words stopped him. Harry turned toward the horizon as if Malfoy Manor waited just beyond the sea. For one moment he saw the path with terrible clarity. Apparate back, find Bellatrix, end her, not because it would win the war, not because it would bring Dobby back, because something inside him wanted the world to make sense for 1 second, and blood looked like balance when grief had no other mathematics. Then Bruce moved into his path. Harry looked at him. Bruce was hurt, exhausted. Blood marked his sleeve. His own eyes were dark with the same rage, because he had almost killed Bellatrix too, because he knew exactly what Harry was feeling and could not dismiss it as childish. "Move," Harry said. "No, she'll do it again." "Maybe. That's your answer?" "No," Bruce's voice was rough. "My answer is that killing her will not be justice. It will be pain looking for somewhere to live." Harry's wand lifted half an inch. Ron whispered, "Harry!" Bruce did not look at the wand. "Move," Harry said again, and hated himself for how much he meant it. Bruce stepped closer. "No." The line was not clean, not noble, not inspiring. It was ugly. It was a father standing in front of a son with a wand, both of them full of fury, both of them knowing that one more step could change everything. Harry's hand shook. Bruce's did not, but his voice did. "I wanted to," Bruce said. Harry's breath hitched. "In the manor," Bruce continued. "I wanted to close my hand and end her, not for the mission. Not because it was necessary, because she hurt you, because she would keep hurting people, because for 1 second I believed the world would be safer if my rule made an exception." Harry stared at him through tears he refused to let fall. Bruce's face was pale. That exception would have become the rule the next time it hurt enough. Harry's wand lowered a fraction. Behind them, Luna knelt beside Dobby and placed a shell near his hand. Harry looked at the little elf, free. Brave. Gone. The line did not bring him back. That was the cruelest thing. The creed did not resurrect the dead. It did not make mercy feel good. It did not guarantee enemies stayed captured or wars ended cleanly. It simply prevented grief from recruiting you into the enemy's logic. Harry dropped his wand. It fell into the sand. Then he fell with it. Sirius reached him first this time, injured chest and all, and Harry let himself be held because the mask's lie was loneliness, and he was too tired to believe it anymore. They buried Dobby without magic. Harry insisted. The grave was small, dug by hand into the earth above the beach. Ron helped, then Bruce. Then Sirius, though Remus warned him not to strain his injury. Hermione wrapped Dobby carefully. Luna spoke softly about freedom and socks and brave hearts in small bodies. Mr. Ollivander wept. Creature stood apart at first, trembling with old shame and new grief, until Harry held out a hand and the old elf came forward. On the stone, Harry carved, "Here lies Dobby, a free elf. No titles, no bloodline, no power, enough." That night, while grief sat heavy over Shell Cottage, the case continued. That felt wrong. It also felt necessary. Harry sat at the kitchen table with red eyes, dirty hands, and the map of Malfoy Manor spread before him. Bruce sat opposite, one shoulder bandaged. Hermione leaned against Ron, exhausted but awake. Sirius slept under protest in the next room because Alfred had threatened him with soup. Dumbledore stood near the window, old face shadowed. "Nagini escaped," Hermione said quietly. "No," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Harry tapped the map. "She was removed." Bruce's eyes sharpened. "Voldemort built the sphere to extract her if the trap failed," Harry said. "That means he now knows she is vulnerable. He'll keep her closer than ever." Ron rubbed his face. "That's bad." "Yes," Harry said, "and useful." Hermione's expression changed. "Because now she leads us to him." Harry nodded. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Harry looked at him. "How does the scar die?" Sirius appeared in the doorway despite medical orders. No, Harry did not turn. I'm asking. No, Dumbledore's face seemed to age another decade. The fragment in you was not made intentionally, he said. It is unstable. It attached itself to the only living soul in the room when Voldemort's curse rebounded. Harry's voice was steady because if it shook, Sirius would break. How does it die? Dumbledore did not answer. Bruce did. Voldemort has to destroy it. Harry looked at him. Bruce's face was carved from pain and certainty. If anyone else kills you, the fragment may remain or damage you beyond repair. If Voldemort uses the same killing force that created the bond, aimed at you, the fragment becomes the target inside the protection your mother left. Dumbledore stared at him. Hermione whispered, "You found that in the texts." "No," Bruce said. "In the pattern." Harry understood. Voldemort had marked Harry by trying to kill him. He had used Harry's blood to return. He had tied himself to Lily's protection without understanding it because he could not imagine love as anything but weakness. The case had always been about Voldemort's blind spot. He could not conceive of power that refused ownership. Harry's scar was not Voldemort's secret weapon. It was his mistake. Sirius looked sick. "You are talking about letting him hit Harry with the killing curse." "I'm talking about destroying the fragment," Bruce said. "My godson is not a strategy." "No," Bruce said, voice hardening. "He is not." The two men stared at each other, both furious, both terrified, both loving Harry in ways that had no simple shape. Harry stood, I decide. Silence, it was not loud. It did not need to be. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "Not you, then Sirius. Not you. Then Bruce. Not even you." Bruce's jaw tightened. Harry touched the scar. "I'm not his container. I'm not your mission. I'm not the prophecy's property. If I walk into this, I walk because I choose it." Hermione was crying now, silently. Ron's hand covered hers. Dumbledore bowed his head. Bruce looked as if the words had struck him harder than any curse. Then he nodded once, not permission, recognition. The next part of the case was already moving. Draco had chosen enough to crack the ward. Narcissa had sent the Patronus and would send more if Draco remained threatened. Lucius was a coward, and cowardice could be turned when the cost of loyalty became higher than betrayal. Kingsley had proof now of ministry corruption tied to Death Eater movements. Neville had the students ready at Hogwarts. Luna's father knew which frightened families could be reached. Creature knew elf routes no wizard had mapped. Bill had goblin contacts angry enough at Voldemort's disrespect to become selectively blind at useful moments. The followers were turning, the exits were closing, the myth was cracking. Voldemort had won the manor battle emotionally, or thought he had. He had made Harry grieve. He had made Bruce nearly break. He had shown that love could be targeted more precisely than any curse. But beneath that grief, while he listened for Harry's rage, he missed the quieter sound, contingencies moving into place. By dawn, the plan for the final confrontation had begun. Not a duel. Harry could not win a duel, not a conquest. Harry would not become a conqueror, an exposure, a dismantling. A final room where Voldemort would arrive believing fear had already won, only to discover that every anchor behind him was gone. Every follower was uncertain, every escape had been anticipated, and the boy he called his equal had refused the one thing that would make the mirror true. Harry went to Dobby's grave before leaving Shell Cottage. The sea was gray beneath the morning light. Wind moved through the grass. Bruce found him there but did not speak until Harry did. "I wanted to kill her. I know. I still do a little. I know." Harry looked at the carved stone. "Does that make the choice worth less?" "No," Bruce said. "It makes it a choice." Harry let that settle, then he turned. "I'm going to face him." Bruce's eyes darkened. "I know. I won't use the killing curse. I know. He'll try to make me." "Yes." Harry breathed in, held out. Fear was there. Real fear, not the childish kind that imagined courage meant its absence. Harry was afraid of dying, afraid of surviving wrong, afraid of seeing his parents and not staying, afraid of leaving Ron and Hermione and Sirius, afraid of Bruce standing over another grave he had not reached in time. But fear was not an order. Harry looked toward the rising light. "You don't have to be stronger than the thing in the dark," he said. Bruce's voice, rough with grief, completed it. "You just have to not run." Harry picked up his wand, not to kill, to finish the case. And somewhere far away, Lord Voldemort gathered his last protections around him, never understanding that the war had already begun to end. He simply had not been told. Lord Voldemort chose Hogwarts because he believed all great stories return to their birthplace. That was his first mistake. He did not think of it as a school, not truly. Schools were for children, lessons, ink-stained fingers, whispered jokes in corridors, first friendships formed over stolen sweets and shared detentions. Hogwarts had been all those things to Harry and more. It had been danger, yes, and secrets and adults who failed as often as they protected. But it had also been the first place where a door opened because he belonged on the other side. To Tom Riddle, Hogwarts had been proof that he was not the unwanted boy from the orphanage. Proof that the world had hidden greatness inside him and had been foolish not to kneel sooner. Proof that blood could be rewritten by power, that loneliness could be crowned, that a name could be murdered and replaced by something grander. So Voldemort returned to Hogwarts when the end began. He thought he was returning to the center of his myth. Harry knew he was walking into the final crime scene. The castle had changed before the battle started, not with banners or speeches. Not at first. It changed in quieter ways, the way the Order had learned to change things since Bruce Wayne crossed an ocean and made every plan begin with objectives, lines, and exits. Portraits carried messages without theatrics. House elves opened passages no Death Eater knew existed. Students who had spent months under fear drills moved younger children toward hidden evacuation routes with pale faces and steady hands. Neville Longbottom stood at the center of the entrance hall, no longer the boy who dropped his wand when someone laughed like Bellatrix Lestrange, but a young man who had learned fear, lied about what happened next. Luna Lovegood placed blue lanterns along the corridor because, she said, frightened rooms needed gentle lights. Ron did not argue. Hermione had the map table set up in an unused classroom near the Great Hall. Books stacked beside stolen ministry reports, goblin notes, elf route markings, and Bruce's tactical overlays drawn in severe black lines. Kingsley coordinated trusted aurors who were officially not present. Tonks moved between groups, changing her face twice to confuse anyone watching. Remus spoke quietly with students who were shaking too hard to hold wands, not telling them to be brave, only teaching them to breathe. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. Sirius stayed close to Harry. That was not the plan, but some things were larger than plans. He had recovered enough from Malfoy Manor to stand and fight, though Alfred had looked at him over a cup of tea and said, "I am told wizards can regrow bones. I am less certain they can regrow judgment." Sirius had ignored him with dignity for nearly 12 seconds. Bruce stood beside the map, dark suit beneath a protective cloak woven by Molly, Bill, and Hermione in a collaboration so tense it had nearly become a separate war. He carried no wand, no magic. His ribs were bound, his shoulder stiff, his face controlled. He looked at the map the way other men might look at a battlefield. Harry looked at him and saw the cost. Bruce had not slept the night before. Neither had Harry. They had spent the final hours reviewing the case, not because they expected new information, but because repetition was a kind of courage when the next step could not be made safer. Diary destroyed, ring destroyed, locket destroyed, cup destroyed, diadem destroyed, Nagini not yet destroyed. Scar unresolved, Voldemort mortal only after both. Objective? Bruce asked. Harry stood opposite him. He had no cowl on now. That mattered. The shadow had done its work. Tonight Voldemort would not face a rumor, not a symbol, not a mask built from fear and turned against the fearful. He would face Harry Potter, with his mother's eyes, James's name, Bruce's blood, Sirius's love, and every choice that had made him more than any of those things alone. Destroy Nagini, Harry said. Destroy the Scar fragment, break Voldemort's remaining authority, prevent unnecessary deaths. Lines? No killing except the Horcrux creature if necessary, no unforgivables, no sacrificing others to protect the plan, no vengeance. Sirius's jaw tightened at that last word. Bruce's eyes stayed on Harry. Exits? Harry gave the answer they both knew was incomplete. Physical exits for everyone else are mapped. Mine depends on Voldemort. Ron, standing near the door, looked sick. Hermione closed her eyes. Sirius said, no, they had had this argument already, more than once, in the field unit, at Shell Cottage, in a quiet classroom with rain striking the windows. The answer did not change because love hated it. Harry turned to him. I have to let him try. You have to do nothing. Sirius? No. Sirius stepped forward, voice rough. I have lost James, I lost Lily, I lost 12 years. I will not stand in a school corridor and agree that the plan is for you to walk into a killing curse. Harry felt the words strike every tender place inside him. Bruce said nothing. That hurt too, but Harry understood it. Bruce would not take the choice from him by defending it. Not now. Sirius. Harry said quietly, I'm not planning to die. Oh, splendid, that fixes it. I'm planning to survive what Voldemort does because he still doesn't understand what my mother did. Dumbledore stood near the window, older than the stone around him, his cursed hand hidden. He had given them the theory. Not certainty. No honest plan had certainty. Voldemort had taken Harry's blood to rebuild his body, binding Lily's protection into himself while believing he had conquered it. If Voldemort aimed the killing curse at Harry again, that protection might preserve Harry while destroying the soul fragment that did not belong, might. Harry had accepted that word because war rarely offered better. Sirius shook his head. And if you're wrong? Harry had no answer that would comfort him, so he gave the truth. Then I'll see James and Lily before you do. Sirius flinched as if slapped. Harry stepped closer. And I'll tell them you kept your promise. That broke the argument where anger could not. Sirius pulled him into a hug so fierce Harry could barely breathe. For a moment, Harry was not the detective, not the chosen one, not the son of two fathers, not the boy carrying a fragment of an enemy's soul. He was just someone loved by a man who had lost too much and still reached. Come back. Sirius whispered. Harry closed his eyes. I'll try. Sirius held him tighter. That is not good enough. I know. When Sirius let go, Bruce was watching them with an expression Harry could not read. Harry walked to him last. There were many things they had not become in time, not easy. Not ordinary, not father and son in the simple way James and Harry might have been if Halloween had ended differently. Bruce had entered Harry's life as a recording, a contingency, a creed folded into metal. Then as a stranger. Then as a teacher. Then as something harder to name, because the name father already belonged to a dead man who had chosen Harry before he was born. But Harry had learned that love did not divide cleanly. James was his father. Bruce was his father. Neither erased the other. Bruce held out a small black device. Harry looked at it. What is it? Last contingency. Of course it is. It will record everything in the clearing if the signal holds. Audio, magical readings if Hermione's interface works, vital signs through the suit lining. I'm not wearing the suit. I know. Harry took it. Bruce's hand stayed for half a second over his. If there were another way, Bruce said. I know. No, Bruce's voice roughened. You need to understand this. I have looked for one. I am still looking. Some part of me will continue looking while you are standing in front of him, because stopping feels like betrayal. Harry's fingers closed around the device. Bruce continued, quieter, but I will not turn you into something owned by my fear. Harry's throat tightened. That was the difference, he thought. The Dursleys had tried to make fear into a cage. Dumbledore had too often made love into a plan without asking. Voldemort made terror into a throne. But Bruce, who had every reason to control what he feared losing, stepped back from the door and let Harry choose whether to walk through it. Harry looked at him. You don't have to be stronger than the thing in the dark, he said. Bruce's jaw tightened. You just have to not run, he finished. Then the castle shook. Voldemort had arrived. The first wave did not enter through the front gates. They tried the tunnels. That was expected. 3 death. Eater teams slipped through old passages beneath the greenhouses, led by men who believed information bought from frightened portraits and coerced families gave them surprise. They found Neville waiting with students from every house. not arranged like soldiers in neat lines, but like a living castle, shield points layered, escape paths open, no one standing where the first curse expected a body to be. The attackers fired into darkness. The darkness answered with light. Stunning spells, shield bursts, smoke, trip jinxes, ropes from above, suits of armor moved by students who had learned that courage did not require standing still. The Death Eaters had brought fear to children and found the children had been practicing breathing. None of the students fought like Bruce. None fought like Harry. That was the point. The method had become contagious. At the main doors, Voldemort's inner circle advanced with more discipline. Lucius Malfoy was not among them. That mattered. Narcissa had sent the final message 2 hours earlier. The snake comes with him. Draco had vanished with his mother before dawn, leaving behind a map of one manor passage and 3 names of Death Eaters whose loyalty had begun to crack. It was not redemption. Not yet, perhaps not ever. But it was a choice away from the grave his family had been digging for years. Fear had changed direction there too. Bellatrix Lestrange came with the inner circle, pale from her injuries, eyes burning with humiliation. She wanted Bruce. She wanted Harry. She wanted to prove that mercy at Malfoy Manor had been weakness. Sirius met her in the courtyard. Harry saw only fragments from the moving stair. Sirius's wand flashing, Bellatrix laughing, Remus at Sirius's left, Tonks at his right, not alone. That was enough for Harry to keep moving. Nagini arrived inside a floating sphere of black-green light, coiled beside Voldemort like a living crown. He had learned from Malfoy Manor. The snake never touched the ground. Shields layered around her, fed by charms from 3 masked wizards who walked behind her with their wands raised and faces hidden. Bruce saw the configuration from the classroom window. 3 anchors, he said into the communication device. Break the casters, not the sphere. Hermione relayed it at once. Harry, the snake's protection is externally maintained. Harry was already moving through the corridor beneath the cloak. Not toward Nagini, toward Voldemort's attention. The final plan depended on Voldemort believing he could read Harry's priorities. He believed Harry would rush the snake because Harry had rushed for Dobby, for Sirius, for prisoners. Voldemort understood love only as leverage, so Harry gave him the shape he expected. He stepped into the entrance hall and removed the cloak. Voldemort turned. The battle seemed to dim around them. Not stop. People still fought. Stones still cracked, spells still tore through the air. But Voldemort's attention changed the room, and everyone felt it. His terror aura rolled outward, cold and intimate, making lungs tighten and hands falter. Even trained fighters wavered. Harry did not. His heart pounded. His mouth was dry. His body knew exactly how afraid it was, but fear was not an order. Tom, Harry called. The name cut through the hall harder than a curse. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on him. The temperature dropped around him. Death Eaters recoiled at Harry's audacity. Some looked more afraid of the name than of the battle. Still hiding behind dead names, Voldemort asked softly. No, Harry said. I'm using the first one from the file. Voldemort smiled. He raised his wand. Harry moved before the spell completed, not faster, cleaner. A killing curse tore through the space where his chest had been and struck the stone behind him. Harry rolled behind a fallen pillar and cast a shield charm, not because it would stop Voldemort's strongest magic, but because it forced the next curse to reveal angle and timing. Voldemort advanced. He was magnificent in the most terrible way. Harry hated that it was true. There was no nerfing him. No sudden stupidity, no hidden weakness that made him less than the apex threat he had always been. His wand moved with inhuman precision. Spells came too fast, too varied, too powerful. Stones shattered, shields broke. Harry's counterspells failed more often than they held. Every straight exchange belonged to Voldemort, so Harry did not try to win them. He survived. A smoke charge at the wrong moment. A mirror charm Hermione had placed earlier that reflected Harry's outline 3 feet left. A collapsing stare triggered by Ron at exactly the second Voldemort stepped too close. A shield from Ginny. A burst of light from Luna's lantern. A binding spell from Neville that lasted less than one heartbeat and still stole one heartbeat. Layers, not power, preparation. Voldemort blasted through them all. But each layer cost him something, not strength, certainty. "You run well," Voldemort hissed. Harry ducked behind the broken hourglasses of the house points. "You talk too much for someone winning," rage flashed. "Good." The snake's 3 shield casters shifted, distracted by their master's anger. Bruce's voice came through the device in Harry's ear. "Now." From the upper gallery, Hermione fired a spell not at Nagini, not at the sphere, but at the floor beneath the left caster. The stone became slick as ice. He stumbled. Ron's stunning spell caught him in the ribs. First anchor down, the sphere flickered. Voldemort turned his head only slightly. Harry fired a curse at him, not strong enough to hurt, bright enough to insult. Voldemort's attention snapped back. "You dare!" "Yes," Harry said. Voldemort struck him with a spell Harry did not know. Pain exploded across his body. He hit the floor hard, one nearly slipping from his fingers. For one terrible second, his lungs forgot how to work. Voldemort approached slowly. In the corner of Harry's vision, Ginny and Neville moved toward the second shield caster. A Death Eater intercepted them. Luna's lantern flared blue, blinding him just long enough for Neville to disarm him. Ginny hit the caster with a bat bogey hex so violent even in battle, Ron made a faint, impressed sound. Second anchor down. The sphere around Nagini sparked wildly. Voldemort felt it. His face changed. Harry saw the fear then, not much, not enough for anyone else to name. But Harry had spent years reading the smallest shifts in cruel faces. Voldemort's fear did not look like trembling. It looked like calculation becoming too fast. "You have been busy," Voldemort whispered. Harry forced himself to his feet. "You weren't going to win," he said. "I'd already won." "You just hadn't been told." The words landed, not because they were clever, because Voldemort understood in that instant that the war had moved while he was watching the boy diary. Gone ring, gone locket, gone cup, gone diadem, gone followers uncertain, ministry cracking, families evacuated. Fear turned only the snake, only the scar, only the man. Voldemort screamed. The sound hit the hall like a physical force. Fighters staggered. Glass shattered. The remaining shield caster around Nagini began backing away, eyes wide. Voldemort's terror surged outward, no longer controlled, no longer elegant. Raw fear from the man who had built an empire to avoid feeling it, and that was Bruce's opening. He did not attack Voldemort. He knew better. He crossed the hall in the chaos, not toward the Dark Lord, but toward the third caster, using the fallen bodies, broken stone, and spell smoke as cover. The caster saw him too late and turned his wand. Bruce threw a small device that burst soundless white light, then struck the man's wrist, shoulder, knee. The wand fell, third anchor down. Nagini's sphere collapsed. For one heartbeat, the snake was exposed. Voldemort spun. No. Neville Longbottom stepped from the smoke with the sword of Gryffindor in both hands. He was shaking. Everyone could see it. That was why it mattered. He was afraid, and he moved anyway. Nagini struck toward him. Neville swung. The sword flashed silver. The snake fell. The Horcrux screamed through the hole with Voldemort's voice and not Voldemort's voice, a tearing sound that made Harry's scar burn white-hot. Voldemort staggered as if something inside him had been ripped loose. Nagini was gone. Harry's knees nearly buckled. The scar. Voldemort turned slowly toward him. No more smile, no more performance, only hatred stripped down to bone. Harry felt Bruce's eyes on him from across the hall, Sirius's shout from somewhere near the courtyard, Hermione crying his name, Ron trying to push through the fighting. But the next step belonged to Harry alone. He lowered his wand. Voldemort saw. Confusion flickered across his face. Harry walked backward, away from the hall, toward the broken doors leading out to the grounds. Voldemort followed because he could not do anything else. Pride, rage, and fear dragged him as surely as any chain. They passed into the night, the battle noise dimmed behind them. The grounds were torn by spells and smoke, but the edge of the forbidden forest waited in darkness. Harry did not need to go far. Only far enough that Voldemort could believe no one would interfere. far enough that the moment became what Voldemort understood best: a powerful man, a boy, a killing curse. Harry stopped in a clearing where moonlight cut through the trees. Voldemort stood opposite him, wand raised. "You think this is courage?" Voldemort whispered. "To stand there and die?" Harry's hand trembled at his side. He did not hide it. No. What then? Harry thought of Lily, who had stood between death and a crib; James, who had run into the hall without a wand; Sirius, who had stepped back from vengeance for Regulus and Harry both; Dobby, free and brave; Bruce, bleeding on marble and refusing to close his hand around Bellatrix's throat. He thought of the cupboard, the coin, the first lesson in the dark. "I'm not dying for your story," Harry said. "I'm ending mine." Voldemort's face twisted. "You are mine." Harry touched the scar. "No," he said. "This is—" For the first time, Voldemort understood what Harry meant. The fear that crossed his face was naked. He cast before he could think better of it. Avada Kedavra? Green light filled the clearing. Harry did not run. He fell into white. There was no pain. That surprised him. There was a station, or something like one. Clean light. Quiet. A place his mind built because minds were kind sometimes when magic was not. Harry stood in it without a body that hurt and looked down at something small, twisted and broken beneath a bench. He did not go closer. He knew what it was. Not a child. Not truly. A fragment. A wrongness. The last piece of Voldemort that had lived in his scar like a splinter of murder. It whimpered. Harry felt pity. Then he let it die. When he looked up, his mother and James were not there. For one sharp second, disappointment cut him. Then he understood. This was not a place for staying, not yet. A voice spoke behind him, not Lily, not James, Dumbledore. Or the part of Dumbledore Harry needed to speak with. "You may go on," the old man said gently. "Or you may go back." Harry turned. Dumbledore looked unburdened in the white light, which seemed unfair until Harry remembered this was not exactly Dumbledore either. It was memory, magic, choice, and the mind's need for a guide. "Is it gone?" Harry asked. "Yes." "Am I?" "No." Harry closed his eyes. He was tired, more tired than he had ever been. Going on would be easy. That frightened him less than it should have. There would be no more cases, no more curses. No more adults asking him to survive what they could not. Perhaps his parents waited beyond the light. Perhaps Dobby did. Perhaps peace was not a trick. Then he thought of Sirius in the courtyard, Ron and Hermione fighting through smoke, Neville holding a sword with shaking hands, Bruce standing in the hall, watching his son walk away and not stopping him because love had chosen not to become fear. Harry opened his eyes. "I'm going back." Dumbledore smiled sadly. "I thought you might." The white vanished. Harry woke in the clearing with dirt against his cheek and Voldemort laughing. The laugh sounded wrong, too high. Too relieved, Harry kept still. His body hurt. His chest moved shallowly. His scar did not burn. For the first time since he could remember, the scar felt only like skin. "Dead?" Voldemort whispered. He sounded as if he needed the word to obey. He called for his followers. They came hesitantly. Bellatrix, limping. Lucius, dragged back into service by terror. Others with masks cracked and robes torn. Hagrid, captured and weeping, was forced to carry Harry's body toward the castle. Harry let himself hang limp in the giant's arms. Harry," Hagrid sobbed. Harry could not answer, not yet. Voldemort marched ahead, announcing death like a king announcing sunrise. But when they reached the castle courtyard, the reaction was not what he wanted. People cried out, yes. Ginny screamed. Ron tried to surge forward, and Hermione held him back only because Harry's fingers moved once against Hagrid's sleeve where Voldemort could not see. Sirius went white as death, and Bruce caught his arm before he could break formation. Bruce saw, of course he saw. Harry did not know how. A finger movement, a breath. A detail too small for hope and large enough for a detective. Bruce's face did not change. But his hand tightened once around Sirius's arm. Wait, Voldemort stood before the broken defenders of Hogwarts and lifted his wand. "Harry Potter is dead," the words echoed. Some Death Eaters cheered, not many, that mattered. Voldemort heard it too. "He died running from me," Voldemort said. "No, he didn't." Neville stepped forward. His voice shook. He stepped forward anyway. Voldemort turned on him with contempt, and for a moment Harry feared he would kill him before the plan could finish. But Voldemort loved performance. He always had. He wanted submission witnessed. Neville did not submit. Harry, still in Hagrid's arms, felt the castle hold its breath while Neville spoke not like a hero from a story but like a frightened boy who had learned fear could be carried without obeying it. "You can kill people," Neville said. "You can frighten people, but you don't own what they choose." Voldemort's smile thinned. Then Lucius Malfoy dropped his wand. It was a small sound, wood on stone. Everyone heard it. Narcissa stood beside him, one hand on Draco's shoulder. She did not kneel. Draco's face was pale, terrified, but he did not pick the wand up. A Death Eater near the back stepped away from the line. Then another, not a surrender. Not yet. A fracture. Voldemort turned, red eyes wide. In that second, Harry rolled from Hagrid's arms. He landed badly, pain shooting up his side, but he was alive and standing before anyone understood how. The courtyard erupted. "Harry!" The name came from too many voices to separate. Voldemort spun back. For the first time in Harry's life, Tom Riddle looked truly afraid. Harry picked up his wand from where Hagrid had hidden it beneath one massive hand. The final duel began because Voldemort could not imagine any other ending. He attacked. Harry defended. Again, Voldemort won the exchanges. His spells shattered Harry's shields, drove him back across the courtyard, tore stone from the walls. Harry's counters were smaller, cleaner, never enough to overpower. He moved through places prepared hours earlier. A loosened flagstone that dropped Voldemort's footing half an inch, a reflected light charm that ruined aim for one spell, a shield from Hermione, a thrown distraction from Ron, a burst of binding roots from Neville, a smoke charge from Bruce that Voldemort shredded with contempt and still had to spend a spell destroying. Every layer failed. Every layer bought time. Harry did not need to overpower him. He needed everyone to see. "Still using other people's work, Tom?" Harry called, breath ragged. Voldemort snarled. "I am Lord Voldemort. You are Tom Riddle," Harry said, "and you are mortal." The word struck harder than any curse. Voldemort fired green light. Harry dodged by inches, stumbled, recovered. "You hid from death in a diary," Harry said. "A ring, a locket, a cup, a diadem, a snake." "Me," Voldemort's face twisted with each word. "They're gone." "No." "Yes." "No, you felt them die." Voldemort's wand shook. Only once. Harry saw the courtyard see it. That was the myth breaking, not because Voldemort was weak, because he was afraid. Harry lifted his wand, not aiming to kill. "You were never immortal. You were a man leaving pieces of a crime everywhere you wanted history to admire you." Voldemort screamed and cast. Harry's shield broke instantly. The curse slashed across his arm, hot and bright. He staggered. Voldemort advanced, power rolling from him like a storm. Straight contest, Harry thought through pain. He wins, so Harry changed the contest. "Your followers know," Harry said. "The Ministry knows. The families you terrorized are gone from the houses you marked. The people you thought were loyal have been choosing exits all night. Even the Malfoys chose something other than you." Lucius flinched. Narcissa did not. Voldemort looked at them, and the look was enough to prove Harry's point. It was not command now. It was desperation wearing command's face. Bellatrix shrieked and lifted a stolen wand toward Harry. Bruce moved. He did not fight Voldemort. He did not try to win the war with a punch. He simply appeared where Bellatrix's line of fire should have been and struck her wrist with a thrown device that burst into binding cable. Sirius followed with a spell that pinned her wand arm to her side. Remus bound her legs. Tonks stunned her. Bellatrix fell alive. Sirius stared down at her, breathing hard. Then he stepped back. The line held. Voldemort saw that too. Harry saw how much he hated it. "No one is becoming you tonight," Harry said, Voldemort's red eyes fixed on him. "There is no world without me." Voldemort whispered. Harry shook his head. "That's what every frightened tyrant thinks." The final curse came with all Voldemort's power behind it. Harry felt it before he saw it, the air tightening, the courtyard dimming, every remaining Death Eater shrinking back. Voldemort poured himself into the spell. Hatred and terror fused into one green point. Harry did not cast Avada Kedavra. He did not even think it. His wand rose. Expelliarmus? Red met green. For a heartbeat, the old duel seemed to return, light connecting wands, power screaming between them, Voldemort stronger, always stronger, forcing Harry's arm back. Harry's feet slid on broken stone. His shoulder burned. His wand shook. Then the difference revealed itself. Voldemort was mortal. His anchors were gone. His borrowed blood carried Lily's protection still. His wand, taken through theft and fear, did not understand loyalty the way he understood ownership. Whether it was the wand's allegiance, the rebounding curse, the broken soul, or all of it woven together by choices Voldemort had never respected. Harry did not know and would never claim otherwise. He only knew the green light bent. Voldemort's eyes widened. For one instant, Tom Riddle looked not like a Dark Lord, but like the orphan boy who had spent his whole life running from the one truth no magic could abolish. Death came for him. Not by Harry's killing curse, by his own. The spell rebounded, Voldemort fell, no scream, no grand explosion, no shadow fleeing, no myth left to perform, just a body on stone, human, mortal. Still, silence took the courtyard. Harry kept his wand raised for 3 breaths, not because Voldemort might rise, because part of him had expected fear to have another form. It did not. Then Ron reached him first, crashing into him hard enough to nearly knock him over. Hermione followed, crying openly now, one arm around Harry and one around Ron, as if she could hold them all in place by force. Ginny was there. Neville. Luna. Hagrid sobbing so loudly several people cried harder just hearing it. Sirius pulled Harry into his arms and did not let go for a long time. Bruce stood a few feet away. Harry looked over Sirius's shoulder and saw him. For once, Bruce Wayne did not look controlled, only relieved. Only broken open by relief and grief. And all the years between a message recorded for a woman he loved and the living boy standing in the aftermath of a war. Harry reached one hand out. Bruce crossed the distance. Sirius did not move away. That mattered too. Bruce's hand settled on Harry's shoulder first, careful, as if asking even now. Harry leaned forward, and then Bruce held him with his good arm, not tightly enough to claim, only firmly enough to say he was there. James was not erased. Nothing true was. Later there would be trials. There would be arguments about vigilantes, Muggle interference, Ministry collapse, Goblin grievances, house elf testimony, Malfoy bargains, and whether a black symbol seen in Death Eater nightmares belonged anywhere in a peaceful world. There would be funerals. Too many. There would be survivors who woke shaking and children who learned to sleep again slowly. There would be reporters trying to name the victory, simplify it, package it into something history could digest. Harry refused most interviews. When forced to speak, he said Voldemort had been defeated by many people. This annoyed historians. It happened to be true. Neville destroyed the snake. Hermione found the records. Ron saw routes no one else saw. Luna lit frightened corridors. Kreacher carried Regulus's unfinished loyalty forward. Narcissa chose her son over terror. Sirius held the line. Remus taught fear without shame. The Order learned discipline. Dumbledore gave knowledge, late but real. Bruce brought method. Lily gave sacrifice. James gave choice. Harry gave refusal. Weeks after the battle, he returned to the roof of the London Field Unit with Bruce. The city below was alive with ordinary noise. Cars, distant sirens, voices rising from the street, no dark mark overhead, no masked men in the alleys, not peace everywhere. Harry knew better than that now. The world did not become safe because one monster fell. Safe was not a place. Safe was work. Bruce stood beside him, coat moving slightly in the wind. "What will you do with it?" Harry looked at the folded cowl in his hands. The symbol rested dark against darker fabric. It no longer felt like a secret begging to be used. It felt like a tool waiting for a reason. "I don't know," Harry said. "Good." Harry glanced at him. "That's your advice?" "Certainty would worry me." Harry smiled faintly. Below them, Sirius was arguing with Alfred near the car. From the sound of it, Alfred had suggested Sirius not sit on the bonnet, and Sirius had responded by sitting more deliberately. Remus was pretending not to enjoy it. Hermione was explaining something to Ron with both hands. Ron looked confused but committed. For once Harry did not feel outside the scene looking in. Bruce followed his gaze. "James raised you well," he said. Harry looked down at the cowl. "Yes, I wish I had known." "I know, I would have come." Harry believed him. That was enough. "You did," Harry said. Bruce turned. Harry held up the old coin, folded now and quiet. "Eventually." The corner of Bruce's mouth moved, almost a smile. Harry looked back over London. He had spent so much of his life being named by other people. Freak, boy who lived, chosen one, Potter, Wayne, weapon, symbol. Now the names felt less like cages. He was Lily's son, saved by sacrifice. James's son, raised by choice. Bruce's son, taught method. Sirius's godson, loved fiercely. His friend's friend, which was perhaps the most important inheritance of all. And himself. The scar on his forehead caught the wind and did not hurt. Bruce spoke quietly beside him. "You don't have to be stronger than the thing in the dark." Harry looked at the city, at the lights, at the living world that still needed work and mercy and lines people chose before anger could choose for them. He completed the creed, not as a child in a cupboard, not as a boy facing death, but as someone who had walked into the dark and come back carrying himself. You just have to not run. For the first time in years, Harry Potter stood above a city at night and felt no need to become a shadow. He could, if needed, but tonight he went home,